I don't know how. How a nice surprise.
What's up, man?
What's up?
Not much. Sitting here, not
Are
doing.
you not working today?
No, right now I'm working weekends, trying to cover.
Oh, just weekends.
Cover the workload.
How's that
So,
going?
I hate it.
Y-
I
That's
I
the
hate it so bad.
That's the one you work so hard to get?
No, I don't want to work weekends.
Oh, you hate
It's
working weekends, but not the
yeah.
job itself. I see.
No, the job itself is amazing. It's just working weekends sucks. So yeah. So what are you talking about today, man?
Well, I was on here with MoOse, but he's going to be back later. I don't know where Chris is. I think he has an appointment today. So we really have no topic. I was just checking in with the news. There was some the US vetoed the UN ceasefire resolution, and then something about a Supreme Court declined to hear some high school admissions case. So that's all I saw going on so far.
Yeah, I really, honestly, there's parts of the news I just don't bother watching. You know, it's hard to trust the media.
You're probably more tuned in at this point than I am. I think I've gotten myself into a little bubble.
Well, I'm pretty sure that YouTube doesn't even know which way I lean politically because I watch so many videos of different political ideologies, and pretty sure Google is confused as hell because I'll look up conservative websites and liberal websites and everything in between. It's just funny.
Oh, maybe you're just a base centrist.
Well, I do agree with Paul quite a bit.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of where this little community started anyway. So
Yeah.
that would be nice. Jeff, I only watched the first 4 and then I had to go. So I plan to continue today. It's getting interesting. I'm kind of just along for the ride right now. I don't know what to think about it or say about it just yet. I don't know where it's taking me. So, but I'm strapped in and I'll do some more of it today. We started watching Mr. Robot. I had never seen it.
Oh. Excuse me. I've only seen a little bit of it. I really don't watch a lot of TV. Usually, I'll watch um, like lectures or documentaries, stuff like that. I don't really watch mainstream cinema or movies or television or anything like that. Really. Sometimes I do. I'll watch movies for fun. Marvel movies are fun to watch. At least they used to be. They're kind of getting a little weird right now. So
That's what I hear.
um, it's weird because it's not. I don't have a problem with the characters. I have a problem with the writing. It's just kind of not my thing. So
Mm.
I'm more of a classics kind of guy, really. So uh, I really love pretty much 50s. The 40s and 50s, and then
Oh, that
I,
that
I
classic, that far
well, and
back.
then I skip over some of the 60s and 70s, except for the Bond films are, they're amazing, but I don't really start getting into it until the late 70s, and through the 80s. The 80s had such remarkable, well-written
No, the
movies.
'80s. That was the decade. That it really
Yeah,
was. Like it wasn't even just watching a movie. It was a whole social cultural event that kind of anchored some of my memories of the '80s.
yeah.
What's the movie from the late '70s that you remember that kind of got you started?
Uh, well, keep in mind, I was
Jaws.
born in '77, but my parents were kind of pseudo intellectuals, so we watched a lot of different things. But from the '70s, it would probably be David Lynch's Dune, um,
Really?
Blade Runner, yeah, Blade Runner, stuff like that. Uh, Movies that are like quietly, how would you say this? Quietly intellectually challenging if you really pay attention to the motifs of the plots and the writing, the underlying issues, which, Dune is fundamentally a very political book in the sense that it really questions how we operate as a society and how we treat others according to what they can and cannot do for us. And it's about overthrowing that system of
Oppression.
colonial oppression, really. Um,
Didn't they do some remakes, like up reboots of Dune?
well, so there was the TV version, which I didn't particularly
It
like, even
must
though
have
it was
sucked
really,
because I didn't really hear anything about it after that.
it was true to the book, but the problem was it was very long, and the special effects and the costume design was just absolute shit. And then Denis Villeneuve made Dune Part One with what's his name, Timothy Chalamet and Zendaya. That one was recent. The new one's coming out March 1st. Really excited for that one.
Those are the ones I'm thinking of. How was the first one?
Oh, it's unbelievable. It was
Really? So
phenomenal. Yeah, it was absolutely wonderful. I'm not a big fan of the choice of Timothy Chalamet, but he didn't disappoint. He's a great actor. He's a great actor with an incredible range of, well, he's an incredibly diverse range of acting skills. He's just a little bit on the small side of what I envisioned Paul
he
to
was
be
the
like.
Kyle MacLachlan character.
So yeah, Kyle MacLachlan played Paul Atreides,
Yeah, yeah.
and now it's Timothy
Chalamet.
Chalamet, and he's a little bit too kind of,
He's so young. He looks like a kid.
well, Paul is
Or am I
supposed to
just
be
getting
young in the
old?
books. Paul
Oh,
is
okay.
supposed to be young in the books, but um, not like not not 12. That's what I see Timothy Chalamet in, is that age group, because he's such a small, physically small like man, and so it's weird for me. But again, he's got amazing acting range, and I love watching him. He's been great in every single Wes Anderson film I've seen that he's in. He does comedy very well. So he's a really good actor. He's a really good actor. Um, yeah, it's hard to describe. So my favorite all time movies, probably up there, is My Fair Lady with Rex Harrison and Audrey Hepburn. Um,
Really? The
yeah,
one that's kind of a remake of it's the George Bernard Shaw
yeah.
play, which is kind of a retelling of Pygmalion.
God, oh my God.
That's the one where he tries to teach her to talk. That he's like an English
Yeah,
professor. And yeah, the
yeah,
Spain rain in Spain falls. Yeah,
yeah.
okay. I did see that
Yeah.
one once. It was wow. That is not. If I had to pair you up with movies, that's not one I would put even anywhere next to you, much less your
I know,
favorite
right?
movie. That's what's throwing me.
Well, like I said, dude, like my parents were pseudo intellectuals. Both my parents were English majors. Um, and so when we were growing up, my father would read Shakespeare to us, and we learned from a very early age how to read and understand Shakespeare. And H.G. Wells, The Time Machine was one book that I remember. The Hobbit series we read a little
Mhm.
bit of, but then we were a very musical family, so every member in my family plays an instrument. My mom played the harpsichord, my sister played the piano, my father played the guitar, I played the guitar, the violin, and the piano. A large portion of our family is multilingual, Spanish, French, um, a little bit of German. Um, so we grew up in a really, oh, and music. I mean, music was a huge range. We listened to everything from like Black Sabbath to Creedence Clearwater Revival to Stevie Nicks to like Huey Lewis in the blues to like you
Denise.
name it. We just listened to a wide range of stuff. My parents weren't really um, trapped into one thing. And I remember at a very early age, watching Andre Rieu and his waltz shows. Because he would put on these orchestras.
Like Lawrence
Uh,
Welk.
kind of like Lawrence Welk, but Andre Rieu is just a phenomenal human being and a phenomenal artist in his own right and an entertainer for sure. But his waltzes are just spectacular. For example, so my wife bought me Andrea Bocelli tickets last year. So we went to Andrea Bocelli, which was amazing. She spent a lot of money. I don't even want to say how much money she spent, but we dined before the show. We drank wine from his private reserve of wine. Um,
Damn.
we were, personally ushered to our seats. I could smell his
Where
cologne.
was
That's
it?
how close we were.
In Vegas?
Um, no, I'm going to hesitate on saying exactly where, just due to my own personal
Oh, okay.
safety for the most part. But
That might be a good
um,
idea. Consider lately.
yeah, I mean it's at least an hour drive from where I live, so it's
Oh, okay.
not like you know a really important thing. I mean, most people know I'm from Utah, so it was in Utah. Um, so yeah, he loves coming to Utah. Utah is one of his favorite places to come, but he's getting
I
older, and it's
don't
getting more
blame
difficult for him to travel, and so I've been talking about every time we see a billboard for him. I'm always complaining. It's like, God, I wish I could go. I just don't want to spend $400 per person on tickets. But my wife decided to ball out, and probably I'm thinking she spent somewhere around $3,000 for the two of us.
Damn, it was just like a night. Did y'all get a hotel or something? Or
No, we
just an
live
evening?
close enough. We didn't have to.
Wow.
But not to mention, I don't like the city. I don't like big cities, so I tend to shy
Oh
away
yeah.
from those. But plus, we had both had to work the next day, but we met a bunch of amazing people there. It was interesting to see how diverse the range of fans was. Um, there were people from Germany. There were people from where was it? Norway. The couple next to us was from Mexico. So there was a lot of people there that were from a diverse range of backgrounds and stuff like that. So it was really amazing. The only complaint I have is the people singing along to the songs right next to me. It was like my wife paid $1,500 for these tickets, and all I can hear is your horrible fucking,
Like singing along to
screech.
opera.
Yeah, it. I had to work really hard to not let that ruin the experience for me, but I was pissed. I was pissed. My wife knew I was pissed. So, but yeah, so yeah, there's just a huge diverse range. I mean, my favorite composer is Vivaldi, by far my favorite. Most
Oh
of the
yeah, I
time, if
like
I'm
him.
listening to music, I'll be listening to Vivaldi or Paganini or I also like lounge music, so Frank Sinatra, that style of music. But also, when I was in high school, I sang in a death metal band. So, like,
Did you?
there's
Oh, that I could
yeah,
see.
yeah,
I didn't know this
yeah,
other stuff about you. That yeah, that's nice. It adds extra dimensions.
yeah. And I like riding motorcycles. I have a Harley that I built from scratch, pretty much. I had half a frame, and I built a rigid chopper out of it, and ride that and stuff like that. I've owned a couple of bikes, but yeah, people usually see that before they see anything else.
The biker
Yeah,
persona.
yeah. Because everybody sees me here in my like lounge clothes. They don't see me out and about in my daily life and stuff like that. So they don't see the harness boots and the leather. So yeah,
Oh my god. How? Hang on, I gotta take care of this guy. How many accounts does this person have?
I don't know who is it. What are they doing?
He trolling, trying to disrupt.
Oh, the snafu guy.
Yes. Mhm.
Hmm.
So what were we talking about? What were you saying?
Well, I was just commenting on some of my passions, but I think that's an important lesson for everybody is to not judge a book by its cover. You never know, who someone is or where their background's from and what their passions are. Yeah.
Yeah,
But I wasn't really a big reader until I hit my 40s, and then I just, for some reason, just got this bug up my ass to read, and so I just started reading.
that's so weird.
Um, and listening to books too. I could listen to books all day long because when I was a mechanic, I had nothing else to do. I was just wrenching on a car all day, building engines and shit. And I was like, one day I was like, you know what? This is stupid. Like, I'm wasting so much of my time listening to music I've heard 10 billion times. Why don't I do something with my time? Why don't I try learning stuff? And so I started listening to audiobooks, and I probably spent about $2,000 my first year on books. The first year, I probably went through about 200 books on Audible. So, um, well, maybe not that much. How many? Let's see,
How
five.
do you decide what to read?
I probably went through about 120, 130 books my first year, somewhere around there. Um, well, first of all, I've got a mild form of ADHD, so uh, I kind of have to be interested in it to read it. You know,
Yeah.
um, philosophy is something that I'm really into. I love reading philosophy. I love the way that it's improved my life. I don't read too much fiction, although Dostoevsky is probably my favorite author. But I do tend to lean towards Russian literature as well. I've had this weird fascination with Russian history and literature, and so I mean I've got a whole bunch of books down here that are Russian. So I've got Gulag by Anna Applebaum. I've got Alexander Solzhenitsyn's 1914, The Gulag Archipelago, A Train to Patevka by Ramsdell, who actually know. I used to fix his cars. He was a CIA spook. He was a red guard on the trains that were running people around in the 1980s. Um, Yevchenko, Fatal Half Measures, Stalin by Alex de Jong. Like, there's just tons. There's tons of
The
Russian.
Communist Manifesto.
I actually do have that in my truck. I read that frequently.
Oh, there you go.
Because I've
iPhi,
been in.
come up and talk. We'll we're not therapists, but we can do
Yeah,
support. I agree that you need therapy. I've tried to help you the little bit that I can, but
I've been anti-communist my whole life. So,
but you're mostly on the left. You consider yourself on the left, but you're
I consider myself on the
anti-communist.
left. Yeah, yeah. Because I support trans rights. I support LGBTQ rights. I'm critical of the capitalism I love. Because I think that's a possible thing. Marxism is really good for that critical view of that, but
We're
pretty much
we're we're
everything
kind
else
of
it
a
falls short.
mix. We're not a pure capitalism. We're
Yeah, not
kind of a
anymore at
like
least.
what is called mixed market. It
Yeah, mixed
has
market.
socialist
A
elements
lightly regulated market is the best market, in my personal opinion.
with
Um,
a social safety net.
with social safety nets, yeah, because that's a misconception that people who are libertarian don't understand. If you read the libertarian literature, you'll realize that even more specifically, David Bose advocates for social safety nets. Like the concept is that an ethical society, an ethical, prosperous society, has a responsibility to assist those who can't help themselves, but also give safety nets, a kind of a gradient to try and get out of them rather than keeping them there. And that's what we do in the United States. We fundamentally use social welfare programs to keep people in their place. So I'm not for that. But yeah,
Like the social engineering stuff.
yeah, I'm not into social engineering, man. Fuck that shit. So a lot of people, when they come at me, they don't know who they're coming at, because I'll criticize capitalism all day long because there's things that need to be criticized because I
I
love it.
wish Lib were here today. What is the most critical thing? Like your top two or three primary criticisms of capitalism.
The number one criticism I have is the involvement of money in politics. So specifically, if you boil it down to Citizens United versus FEC and allowing corporations to behave as individuals, when it comes to money and political donations. I think you could probably, if the
But
U.S. ever
is that
falls,
an
it'll fall
inherent feature of
tracking to
capitalism?
that.
Like money and politics, I can even get behind, but I don't necessarily associate that as a necessary feature of capitalism.
Sure, and that's a valid point. My biggest criticism really is how people treat capitalism rather than, how would you put this? Thank you for putting me on the spot. I needed that.
Oh, okay.
I think it's people who claim to be capitalists and yet cannot see the ways where it fails, right? There's always this excuse of, well, work harder or get an education or yada, 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 yada. But very few of them realize that the progression of capitalism over time is always going to lead to something akin to what we're going through now, where you've got the lower class completely incapable of even affording housing. The gap between the middle class and the lower class is just it's at this point almost immeasurable. You can't work. There's people out there, like, take myself for example.
Is that a bad thing? Like, is that something that needs to be anything needs to be done about? Or
Oh, absolutely. Homelessness, is not preferential.
well, but I know, but when you said the gap between what is it, the middle class and
Yeah,
the lower class,
yeah.
I didn't necessarily think of homelessness.
So usually you'll have a gradient from the lower class to the middle class. Usually it takes a couple of job shifts, maybe a little bit of light education, stick-to-itiveness. Staying at a job for 20 years used to pay off. Now you'll be hard pressed to find a single company out there that offers a pension, right? A lot of things have chipped away at that gap, and now it becomes wider and wider and wider. There's no longer this work hard and you can achieve anything you want kind of mentality that we used to have in the US. It used to be possible, and that difference becomes broader and broader and wider the more time goes on, and we ignore these very peculiar subsets of our culture that say that they're capitalists, but they don't really mean it. So that's the biggest criticism I have of it. That and
That sounds like a criticism of some individuals within capitalism and how they approach or what they recognize or acknowledge or are not aware of. Or it doesn't seem like
right.
a criticism of capitalism itself. And there's plenty of people that
So
participate in capitalism that don't succumb to that.
yeah. So where I was going with that specifically,
I don't know.
Is how would you say this? Oh my God, I just lost it. Holy shit.
That's okay because I need a refill, so I'm gonna go grab one real quick while it
Yeah,
comes back.
let me think about this really quick.
And Chris is on now too.
Where was I at? I hate losing my thought process on stuff. I'm so sorry, everybody. I swear to God, I took my medication today. Oh man, this sucks. Where was I going with that? Do.
I do that all the time, regardless of whether or not I take medication or not. I'm curious.
Yeah, I mean, I was following that up with a really great point, and Jeff didn't interrupt me. It's just I lost track of where I was going with
Oh,
that.
it didn't come back?
No, I haven't. I didn't. Yeah, it hasn't come back.
It'll loop around.
God, it's just right there too. I can almost smell it on my brain. So yeah, I mean, that does sound like it's more like a criticism of how people practice it. But when you really get down to the nuts and bolts of it, you have these situations where, capitalism is really great for a lot of things. One of those things is the distribution of materials and resources. By far the best system that you can ever hope to.
And social mobility.
And social mobility, except for right now, it's very difficult. So you have companies underpaying employees. Hold on, it's almost there. Oh shit, I lost it again. God damn it. This is driving me nuts.
We were talking about capitalism versus capitalist, or the individuals within it, and that it wasn't like what you were saying sounded like a critique, more of a critique of some individuals, not capitalism itself. And you started to say where you were going with that was.
Yeah.
And that's where you lost it.
No, it's you made a valid argument where I'm explaining as an example of how people do it rather than how it's actually supposed to be. Yep, it's coming.
Okay. Give it a little time.
Oh shit! Why can I not hold on to that thought for some fucking reason?
I don't know. It was capitalism, individuals that are maybe a little oblivious to some of its consequences. But is that necessarily a critique of capitalism itself, et cetera, et cetera? And there was the gap between the lower class, middle class.
Okay, so for example, this might be one example is the housing market and the pricing goes up. So the market doesn't always decide really well what's best for everyone, right? So you have this kind of lemming effect where the premise of capitalism, especially libertarian capitalism, is that the market will decide. Well, sometimes not everybody is right? So the thought process I'm coming to here is that if everybody decides that X is correct, right, that doesn't make X correct. It doesn't make it true. Even if everybody believes that it's true, it doesn't make it true. So you take the housing market gap, for example. Landlords knew very well that they could increase rent on these houses, and they could get it. Okay, so now you've got places like even in Utah where a 2-bedroom apartment may have cost you $1,000. Well, here's a great example. In 2015, I was renting a 2-bedroom house, 1-car garage in a cul-de-sac, which is one of the most sought after properties that you could ever want. I was paying $720 a month for that.
That's it.
$720. Not even 9 years later, we're asking people to pay $2,000 for that same house. Like that is a ridiculous amount of inflation.
I've seen it with just rents.
Considering in 2000, I paid $500 for a 2-bedroom apartment.
Wait, hang on one second. We have Lisa backstage. Lisa, can you show yourself on camera backstage so we'll know that you're a real person? You don't have to cam up on panel, but if you could show backstage.
Yeah, just turn on your camera. So yeah, the filter system that we use to say, well, this is approvable, it's functionally flawed when we're talking about capitalism. We actually have to have deeper conversations about that. One of the conversations, a great way to regulate capitalism. This is a perfect way to regulate it. We have laws in the United States that don't allow stores or companies to take advantage of people in times of natural disasters, right? There's laws on the books that say you can't gouge prices in times of crises. That's a really good way of regulating capitalism, right?
Mm-hmm. It sounds like it. I don't know.
I think it's beneficial for everybody. You keep prices, low. Generally, you're going to have pretty good responses. But creating a permanent cap on something would be harmful to everybody. The problem is the problem with capitalism is that these fundamental units of measurement that we call resources are finite, and so those prices continue to go up and up and up. Well, we don't have any way to stagnate that growth, and that's why we have these influxions of recessions and depressions. It's endemic to capitalism. But fundamentally, I'm a capitalist at heart. I think it's the best way to distribute resources. I think it's a great way to give people the freedom that they want to be able to do the things they want with their hard-earned money, instead of requiring them to do something in return for a certain benefit, like communism does. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm going. I wasn't ready for a commentary on my beliefs in capitalism, but yeah, that's
okay. We can.
And I'm also not an economist. I've read a lot.
Lisa, I saw you turn your camera, but I didn't actually see you. I just saw your ceiling. So,
yeah, we need to see you, Lisa.
But yeah, you're welcome to come on and talk. We've especially lately have been having troll problems, so I'm trying to filter for that. That's all.
Salute.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
What is up?
Oh, just getting distracted from my work day like usual.
I picture you on a ladder painting or something while you talk with us.
Well, I'm sitting in my truck now. I got down from the ladder. I was up there listening to you guys going, motherfuckers. Talking about economics right now, right after I said I'm on a ladder.
That is all. I don't know shit about economics. That is not. That was me. But now
Greeting.
iPhi we could add to the mix.
What's up, iPhi?
Hello.
But imperfect human judgment error is not an economic model flaw. That's a human flaw. It's going to impact every model equally. Do you agree?
I would agree, yeah. I think that's a reasonable statement to make.
Damn. Nothing
Well,
wait a minute. Are we all conservatarians? Like, who's the opposing team here?
You're the only.
Jeff is an authoritarian.
Of course.
And
a socialist.
Lisa. Well, I'm gonna try.
Just let Lisa on. I'll vouch for her. Lisa's cool.
Do you know her?
No, but we can find out. Just let her on.
Either she's real.
It's probably Snafu.
Really, who she says.
See, look, it's just an innocent Lisa.
Jeff is a Nazi. Why are you Nazi?
I called it.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
That's why I didn't show the camera.
You son of a bitch.
Wow, that is some obsession.
I can't believe he played to be a woman. That's sexist. That's sexist, Snafu. I'm ashamed of you.
But he was really good in the back. He had me thinking that she was a real person.
Yeah, he was like, I'm just a regular lady. By the way, my voice is gone.
There,
so
Snap. You fooled me with Lisa Roll a little bit. It was your chat, your back chat work. So nice job there. That's all I'm gonna say. So capitalism.
Yes, all the way.
Conservatism or something, whatever.
100%.
I vote laissez-faire capitalism. Let's go, guys. Let's do it.
Well, I think all that's up to debate. I don't think you're gonna get laissez-faire here anytime soon.
No, you gotta have rules. You can't kill people and steal their shit. So you gotta have rules that inhibits capitalism.
I think that's more of a feature of communism.
No, communism's retarded. It's like it's the opposite of capitalism. It's socialism.
Yeah, one of the fundamental problems with Marx was he didn't understand, first and foremost, he didn't understand human psychology, and he was using the psychology of the day, which was deeply flawed. Second of all, his labor theory of value was lacking serious comprehension. Like he was assuming for one particular thing, he was assuming that resources were not finite. So yeah, there's multiple problems with Marx's theory of economics.
He was great at identifying problems and then fucked it all up with proposing solutions.
Yeah, that's one thing I'll give him. He was really good at viewing problems and finding the problems, but not very good at finding solutions for them. You know, if your solution leads to mass murder, it's probably a problem.
If your solution causes more problems, you're probably not helping.
Yes.
Or you're solving a different problem than you claim to be.
Yeah, there's the principle of proportionality, that the problem that the technology is being designed to solve, it should be in proportion to the severity of the actual problem. And the technology, like, you don't need technology for ridiculous things, and they can have
the free market determines the severity of the problem, though. The invisible hand of the free market.
Create everything you want and just let the market sort it out.
Sure.
Yeah,
if people value it, they'll buy it. If they don't value it, they won't buy it.
Because you have a limited amount of like R&D resources to.
What is a better measure of the value of something for society than what people will voluntarily spend money to acquire?
Exactly, Jeff. Capitalism is voting with your dollar. It's the most purest form of democracy ever. You should love it. You should want to make out with it every night.
I'm talking about the development end, though, when you're trying to decide what to take to market.
As long as it doesn't kill anybody or you're stealing people's shit, who cares what you bring to the market, Jeff?
I can't tell if you're agreeing or disagreeing or just want attention, Phi.
No, I'm trying to see where we disagree, Flo.
Yeah, I think
We're
everyone
both capitalists, and
is-
we're both
has a
libertarians.
conundrum with five.
Okay.
The problem
Lex,
is
Now, do you think that Jeff is a more of a tyrant or more of a dictator?
it
What's
He's
depends.
like a
On
benevolent dictator.
It
because it's
depends
all
on who's
about
in the
capitalism
room.
to me. And I
Yeah,
have the
that's right.
capability definitely for it. I think
Everybody
we all
does.
more or less.
He's more like a useful idiot that will like fund the tyrant and the dictators all at the same time.
With what fun? With what? Like I can't believe that's the
Well,
impression.
with other
that
people's money, of
like
course.
Mr.
That's how.
Moneybags ready to fund
With
tyrants.
Wait, so
my
you said as
money,
long as you're not killing somebody or stealing their shit, so you're all cool with sex trafficking and whatnot because they don't die.
Isn't that stealing something?
are you kidnapping
What are
people
you
to sell
stealing?
them?
Their dignity?
No,
Well,
they're lying.
the person.
The whole being is being
Yeah.
stolen. It's called
I
kidnapping.
mean, there's self-made hookers out there, you know, with
Then
the
that's
Yeah,
voluntary.
That's a voluntary transaction.
That's a voluntary transaction, MoOse. That's what capitalism is.
I'm
You
not sure what-
voluntarily
Hey, it's a Pound Town, buddy. This one's good to go.
I was just
You
clarifying.
about
can't consent to
sex
being
work?
murdered. You can't consent to being stolen from. You can't consent to being defrauded. Like, there's a lot of things you can't consent to.
So the problem, MoOse, is some of us have moral standards and some of us don't. That's the difference between me
Yeah,
and
in
Flo.
your opinion, but what does that have to do with capitalism, which is morally neutral?
Because capitalism's just one piece of the puzzle, Jeff. There's three other pieces. Two other pieces.
There are two cornerstones of free market capitalism. That is, individuals' right to property ownership, and the other is non-coercion. There is no more moral system.
Voluntary exchange of goods and
The
services.
right to choose.
Yep.
And that's just one piece of the puzzle, Jeff. You also have to declare your government a libertarian or authoritarian government, and that's a very important topic that you have to mesh together with the economy.
I'm sorry if I wasn't paying attention. I was distracted.
There's a difference between an authoritarian capitalist and a libertarian
Oh
capitalist.
yeah, we were
Not
talking about the
same.
difference between tyrant and dictator.
Yes, you, Jeff, want tyranny and dictators and kings and emperors. We don't.
That's ridiculous.
Fuck your shit. We
So
want freedom.
what is the difference between a tyrant and dictator? Because you were the one.
It was a
What's the
sarcastic
difference?
question.
iPhi, remember you were the one telling me who I could have over at my house and who I could talk to on the telephone.
Okay,
if I
Jeff.
join your
One more time, Jeff.
conservatarian
I'm gonna go
commune in the
real
woods.
slow for you and see if you can follow along. Okay.
Your little trailer
Jeff.
park in the woods.
Jeff, listen. Stop looking at
But-
comments. And
No.
listen.
iPhi, this is my show. Before we do that, I'm still interested in the definition.
I'm gonna
and the
answer your
difference
question,
between
but
the
you gotta
dictator
listen,
and the
Jeff.
tyrant.
If
No,
you're looking
just-
at
you
comments,
can
you're not
answer it,
listening.
And it was something Flo brought up anyway, so I don't know why you rushed to jump in and answer it.
If you're looking at comments, you're not listening, Jeff. So if you want me to answer your question, I will, but you gotta listen.
I don't necessarily care if you answer it. I just want someone to.
Okay, Jeff.
explain to
See,
me the
Flo,
difference
it was not a serious
tyrant
question.
and dictator.
It was not a serious question.
Get anywhere with Jeff Flo is because he doesn't listen. He's just
My question
blah,
was
blah, blah,
no.
blah.
I'm serious. Like, what is the? You talk as if they're two different things.
Okay, Jeff. So
Or as if there's this clear.
we
You know how Hank gets squirrely after like midnight, and he starts just like being sort of loud. It's after midnight for Phi, isn't it?
No, it's after Kung Flu for Phi.
Hang on, I can
have
take care of
laryngitis
that.
and bronchitis.
All right, now please, go ahead. The difference between dictator.
It was not a serious question
on your part.
Yeah, when I asked it, it was not a serious question. I was
okay. So
just
in other
jabbing
words,
at you for being the most
I don't have to
authoritarian
go
one here.
down don't go down that hole.
Right. There's nothing there.
All right. Well, then we can move on.
Yeah, now you get it, Flo. Good job, buddy.
We didn't even need iPhi.
You caught up. So, how about Steve? Hey, Steve, do you want to do a thought experiment real quick? No? Or yes? You may
Go
have to
ahead.
unmute yourself.
Even if he doesn't,
I forgot I was on mute. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
You're
And
so
sorry
dainty.
for my voice is shitty. I have laryngitis. I
Okay.
can't talk. Okay. What would happen, Steve, if let's say this room right here, we got 6 people in this room. We decided to start a new country, and we wanted to call it a libertarian capitalist country. Okay. And then tomorrow, Jeff decides to invite 1 million communists into our country, what do you think is going to happen to
Or
this
let's
country?
just say one, because that was the original.
Jeff, let
example.
Steve answer, please. You've already muted me and talked over me 3 times now, so please
I'm
let
gonna
Steve
mute
respond.
myself. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Steve, what would happen if Jeff invites 1 million communists over to our country tomorrow? What do you think is going to happen to our country?
You know, I'm getting kind of sick of this condescending bullshit. You know, we can't have that in this free
Then
range
leave. You're free
capitalism.
to leave. Bye. So, Steve, I've asked
Ooh.
you the question. Please let Steve
I
answer.
could interrupt
Jeff,
you, and
can
I
we
could be a
vote? Is
total
it time to vote?
douchebag.
Let's just get to the vote.
Well,
I mean, I'm really good at interrupting people, so every time you talk iPhi, I can talk over you.
That's true.
You
That's
are
one thing you're good
horrible
at, MoOse.
so
Is
I hope
just
you don't
interrupting
work for
people
like
and talking over them, like
housing
Jeff.
sales, it's like
what's
selling
the
development.
population of the libertarian capitalist country that you've created?
Yesterday
overall?
it was 6 people. It's just us 6 people here in the room. Tomorrow
Oh, and then
it's 1
And
million.
the question
6.
was, instead of one commie, what if I invite 1 million commies over
Yeah.
to our
What if he has 1 million
Oklahoma
commies over
State?
to his house tomorrow? What's going to happen to our
Well,
country?
I think 6 of us are going to have to shoot our way out of it.
Uh-oh, Jeff. I think Steve found a
But
flaw
all of the
in your
commies have
argument, Jeff.
lawyers for dads.
Jeff. Looks like the authoritarian
All right,
high five showed
I
how
vote
retarded
him
your
off.
argument is,
I'm
Jeff.
gonna-
That's one
Sorry.
thumbs down.
Oh, Jeff, you were supposed to be the good guy, and you failed. You failed miserably.
I'm only half even paying attention to this little fantasy.
I know,
simulator.
dude. That's why I was talking to Steve,
All
because
I
he
know is
doesn't
there's
read
like
the
a
comments.
This whole panel has turned into the Phi's making noise panel. I vote him off the island. Take a nap, Phi.
You vote
Bye.
iPhi?
Thumbs down. Off with his head.
I'm pretty confident I'm going to survive this round. I can count votes.
I actually don't know what the vote game is at all, but I was just filling in the blank.
The vote game is when you're on verbal combat and someone disagrees with you. You pay money to
it's
get the
a
person
project
off
Chris is working on
panel.
for the show called Panel Survivor that we're going to pilot soon.
So was the option I
big news. We're going to have a very special guest on Thursday in 2 days, and we're going to announce tomorrow. But that is coming up. You're going to love this one.
Bro, I'm gonna forget in an hour, but for the next hour, it's gonna bug the hell out of me.
Oh no, well, don't worry. We'll announce tomorrow, and then we'll have the.
No, but I'll forget in an hour, and then by tomorrow, I'll probably be doing something, and I won't hear it.
If I remember, I'll tell you.
Why don't we just announce it today? Why not just announce
Yes.
it?
No. Tomorrow.
This is what's wrong with you, Jeff.
For the announcement.
I vote you off next.
Teaser for
Let's vote Jeff off. He's so indecisive.
Yeah, you're cool now. Jeff's off.
Nobody's even going to care anymore when they show up.
I get shit done, bro.
No, you don't.
Get done. Come to iPhi.
Yeah, all of us.
I just got shit done.
Hang out on these panels all day long. That you could pull up any YouTube channel any hour of the day and see more than half of us on those.
Hey, Steve. At first, I didn't like you, but now I like you, bro. You're pretty cool. It took you 3 seconds to completely.
Yeah, I thought you said you were having mental health issues or needed therapy.
Yeah, because I saw FlowState and Speakeasy arguing the other night, and it hurt my feelings. I think they should get along.
How do you know? Why did it hurt your feelings? And how?
Because they're both smart and informed, intelligent people.
I know, but that's their style. A lot of times, it looks like people are fighting when they're just passionately debating. So
no, sometimes Flo would get mad and
we both got a little fussy. We talked last night on a panel, and it's fine because
it got fussy.
He was whining because I was being petty towards one of his friends, and so I started treating him like his friend. And
iPhi is so empathetic that hurts.
And iPhi is Hank too right now.
Negative. Have you guys heard about the Discordian religion? Universal Universalists? I can't even say it.
Utilitarianists?
Yeah, that one.
Hank. Those are different things. Discordianism and Unitarian Universalism are not really.
Chris, he's trolling. Don't even put a dime in it. Don't even put a pin.
I'm trolling. Flo just assigned me Hank, so I guess Flo is trolling you, Jeff. keep up with the
See,
discussion.
I used to think I was the most offensive person on this
MoOse,
panel,
you don't
and I
know
actually
how
wore the
you
badge.
like set the standard for civility and good behavior here.
I know.
Well, you've met
You
new
keep
moods,
saying that
but
he's the most offensive person. I'm like, dude, you're not.
everyone is gonna want. You're the one everyone is gonna want to take home to dinner to represent these panels.
but even Moose's worst moose behavior is still just not just blatantly obnoxious.
It's not that baby. This isn't that baby.
I love when he talks over me personally. I enjoy his company. I think he should talk over me constantly.
Well, then I would never
I
hear
thought
what
you
you
do
have to
your
say,
share
and
of
that's
talking,
fucked
so
up.
I'm not really worried about you not getting your air.
Oh, you're too busy reading the comments. You don't even know what Moose said. Don't worry.
iPhi, I'm a good listener, and you know that. That's why you like me.
So, but you know, while we have Steve here, it's an opportunity to talk about something intelligent,
Who is
elevated. He
who
the
is Steve?
patriot
Did I miss?
intellectual, after all, I'll put his channel.
Oh, you got a channel? Tight.
What do you want to talk about?
Why do you keep muting me, Jeff?
Literally anything but listen to the Fi. If you turn his volume all the way down, he might not notice as quickly as when you mute him.
Oh, okay, I'll do that next time.
Yeah, you just turn it down like almost all the way to the point of nothing, and then he'll never even know people can't hear him.
Those are some
Steve,
neat predictor tricks.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Moose.
so you've been a motorcyclist or a biker, however you want to be identified, but you've been riding for how long?
13 years.
And in those 13 years, have you seen a change in the patterns of like, oh, Wi-Fi dropped off. I'm just wondering if you've seen a change in the pattern of like people's driving habits and whatnot. Because my dad used to ride for 50 something years, right? And I wanted to take his bike over from him. And I don't know, we're having a battle right now because he thinks I shouldn't ride. He thinks it's not as safe as it used to be. He thinks I'm going to die on it, kind of thing. So,
What kind of bike is
yeah.
it?
Well, it's a 750, and it's I forget the actual name of it, but it's a fucking beauty. It is a sweet ride. The last time he rode it, he scared the shit out of everybody because he was going so fast he couldn't keep his legs on the bike. So that might be why.
Yeah. In the last 10 years, yeah, there's been a significant difference, especially throughout the pandemic. It almost seems like people are indifferent to others on the road, and as a biker myself, that's concerning. I mean, pre-COVID, I had to defend myself on the road a couple of times. I've kicked a few mirrors off. I actually had to draw my firearm once. But it's getting worse, more and more dangerous, especially with cell phones. It's a lot more dangerous. People tend to not pay attention, but now there's almost this aggressive disconnect that people achieve when they drive, and no one else exists. They don't care. They don't mind cutting you off. I mean, even in the state I'm living in, incidents of road rage involving gunfire has gone up pretty considerably as well. So I mean, it's large groups of people breed insanity, in my personal opinion. Man was not meant to live in groups of more than a couple thousand tops. You start getting up into the numbers like big cities, like 1 million plus, then you're gonna have problems.
Is it worth the freedom though? The freedom that you feel, the wind between your hair, and like just because that's where I was ultimately going, was like the sense of freedom, the individual freedom that one has.
Everybody has to make that choice on their own. For me, it is. I also don't wear a helmet. I refuse to wear a helmet. So luckily enough, I live in a state where I can do that. It's, to me, I don't ride to ride with other people. I don't ride around the city an awful lot unless I'm getting onto the freeway or going over to a friend's house. But to me, that time is transformative for me, because it's like I get to leave everything at home. I get to leave my stress at home, and I get to just be me and have fun, listen to my music. I get to think about things. I drove like 150 miles once between gas fill-ups, and I didn't even realize my hands weren't on the handlebar the whole time. Because on my bike, it's really well balanced. I balanced it out really well, and so I can put this arm on the gas tank and this arm down on the throttle, and I can just ride, and just think and be at peace. And I don't have to think about anything that I don't want to. And most of the time, I'm just thinking of nothing. It's a beautiful fucking thing.
How do you do that? Is it like while you're biking? You mean you like get in a zone where? Oh,
yeah. One would say that you get in a flow state, but
Shut up.
yeah, so it's this weird balance where you're trying to pay attention to the road, you're trying to pay attention to everything else, and if you're trying to pay attention to the road and everything else, you're not paying attention to your problems. So bikers call it wind therapy. Sometimes you got to let shit go long enough to not think about it, so that when you come back to thinking about it, you can think about it clearly. So there's multiple benefits to it, but you have to ride aggressively. I ride aggressively defensively. So I do not sit in traffic. I don't ride with traffic. I'm always riding faster than traffic. But I don't do stupid shit in town. I don't cut traffic. I mean, we have lane filtering here, but that's about it. But that's only at stoplights. So yeah, it's this kind of weird mixture of together with everything and alone by yourself at the same time. So it's very appealing. But you do have to learn how to ride in the city and learn how to ride defensively in the city. Absolutely. There was a guy just up the street from me, two streets up from me, that got married on Friday. It was dead by Sunday because he was riding his bike and someone pulled out in front of him.
Oh my God.
So yeah, brand new, just barely got married on Friday. They were expecting a child, and it was death on impact pretty much. Yeah. So you got to know what you're doing. A common mistake. I'll give you an example. A common mistake. Any experienced biker that I know never rides in the right-hand lane. Not fucking ever. You're harder to see for cars that are turning left or coming into traffic. You have zero response area, so I can either swerve to the right or to the left. But if I'm in the right lane, I can't swerve literally fucking anywhere. So most of the bikers that I know that are really well experienced, they will never ride in the right-hand lane unless they're going to turn right. And I'm talking about like a 2-lane road with a suicide lane in it. That guy was riding in the right-hand lane. Unfortunately, he'd only been riding for a very short period of time. So you do have to. My advice to you is watch as many fucking YouTube videos as you can on riding safely, riding properly, things to do, things not to do. There's a plethora of YouTube videos out there that you can learn from.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate you. And I personally believe that the world is so fucked up today because people aren't doing stuff like that. People aren't out, blowing off some steam, getting in a flow state, letting all the shit roll off their back. Like a lot of people go home and they take their all that shit from work, they bring it home, and then they sit there and they watch the news, and the news fires them up, and then they watch some whatever entertainment until they fall asleep, and they're just built up in this like ball of energy that never gets released. And that's what the whole thought process for me of riding, because I've done ATV races and stuff like that, but I've never ridden a two-wheeler other than like an electric bike. So I mean, but the premise is the same. You get the hell out there. Sure. And you let it go. And so
I don't think you're wrong, but at the same time, I'm not going to tell other people how to experience that. But I think there's enough anecdotal evidence of exactly what you're explaining there that there's got to be some truth in it. People hold on to things. They don't seek things that how would you put this, that fill their souls rather than fill their wallets or fill their time. So yeah, that can be a serious problem. Absolutely. And I think it is a serious problem. I think more people need to spend more time with themselves in reflection. It's why I'm a huge fan of Stoicism. The way Stoicism is intended, not the what's his name? There's a lot of like men in the men's right, sphere that talk about Stoicism, but they don't talk about it the way that Stoicism was supposed to be, which is about deep deep introspection into the soul, the spirit, to identify problems and to have that strength and resilience to overcome those problems. Well, Andrew Tate, the Andrew Tates of the world use Stoicism in a very, I don't want to say toxic way, but they use it in a very maladaptive way where they're trying to pump themselves up, kind of inflate themselves using Stoicism.
He's stoic?
I'm sorry?
Do you think that he's stoic? I don't think he's of him as.
He quotes Stoicism a lot. I have no doubt that he does practice some degree of it, but I think he misses the broader spectrum of what Stoicism is. I mean, Marcus
He's sort of
Aurelius is
neurotic.
very introspective. He is very neurotic. I mean, I think that goes without saying. And he does a lot of good for men, and he does a lot of bad for men. But one thing that I took away from Stoicism when I read it, I was already very, a very intellectually and emotionally and spiritually strong person anyways, but I took a lot out of Marcus Aurelius. I mean, he's right up there on my top shelf. And it was about, improving oneself. And there were areas that I could improve, and I used Stoicism to do that. But I didn't externalize that Stoicism. I didn't require other people to do it. I didn't criticize other people because they weren't following Stoicism. That's not what Stoicism is about. So I have serious issues with the way that Andrew Tate refers to Stoicism.
I fucking like you. Wherever you found him, Jeff, this dude's all right.
He's from I think the men's, some of the men's work I did.
So we met on Twitter. I think you commented on one of the tweets that I put out there for what me and Coach Erica Love were doing for the men's.
I think we had a mutual follower stuff too.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, and then we joined up and we talked on your Tuesday or Monday nights, and then stuff just led from there.
Yep.
But if you go to my YouTube channel, most of my stuff is on my More About Steve. You what?
Sorry, Steve. If we found iPhi on Wish, then we found Steve on Amazon or eBay or something.
I don't want to talk on iPhi too much, but I appreciate the compliment. I really do.
It's some kink of his. He gets some bizarre something out of it because he's back every day doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Hey, we had a party for him, Steve. I even
shame
made a
here.
sign for him that saying, good luck and good riddance and all that. And he said he was going off into the forest. He was never going to talk to us again. We all suck and we're all dumb. And then the next day he comes in and I'm like, what is this? Like, you quit the job. You fired yourself from being here and now you're back. Like, what the hell?
He's just a very peculiar species of drama queen.
Well, I think, to give him some credit here, he does ask some good questions. I don't want to say that he's not useless.
I enjoy my conversations with iPhi.
I don't dislike iPhi either. He was just annoying as fuck today. Everybody has their annoying days.
Yeah.
It was his turn, I guess.
But if we go to tribal council, I am under no illusion of who's off the island first.
I think the biggest thing for me is I take interrupting people very seriously, so I try not to do it. It bothers me. That's my only qualm against him. It's nothing else. That's my only criticism of him.
Yeah, that's my main objections to most people that we don't let up.
That criticism would have been more useful when he was still here.
Oh, I'm sure he'll make its way to him.
Yeah. Because I think he's smart. I think he's smart. I think he's got some talent there. I think he's asked some really good questions and some bad questions. But I think overall, he's probably fundamentally a good person at heart, and he just needs to kind of hone those debate skills a little bit better. And rather than seeing debate as win or lose, seeing debate
he just needs to learn how to not sound like an arrogant prick.
An honest intellectual pursuit of truth. Not whether it's win or lose, but what's the truth? Debate is supposed to seek truth, not yes or no. So, yeah. But again, that's not.
I tried to send him over to the Crucible, but they wouldn't let him in. So we're stuck with him.
I don't.
If he didn't like scream at people and sound like an arrogant prick all the time, people wouldn't care. Like he doesn't say anything that offensive. He just sounds.
Maybe I'm even more of an arrogant prick because he doesn't come across the way to me.
No,
You
you're
never
just
said- you
autistic,
never
and so
said
you treat
arrogant.
everybody else like they're autistic too.
We do what? Yeah, it could be a
I
Spurs thing.
don't think you ever sound autistic. I don't think you ever sound arrogant,
No.
Jeff.
No, I think that Jeff judges people like he would judge himself.
I do, but I think
but
don't we all?
but
Like,
not
I
everybody's
don't know anyone who
autistic.
does it. I'm suspicious when people tell me they don't do the same thing.
I interrupt them on purpose because I don't like when people are condescending. Like, if we're gonna have a discussion or whatever, there's no need for the condescending bullshit in between, or like the snide comments, like before you start your thing. And so that's why I love interrupting them.
I suspect some of it's defensiveness on his
I
part.
think
but I don't want to
think-
psychoanalyze him behind his back.
I'll
I think the
psychoanalyze him.
wisest people. I think the wisest people approach conversations that from a position where I might know a lot, but this person might have something to teach me, without
That's
attributing
hard.
that
Intellectual
to Jordan
humility.
Peterson, but I think Jordan Peterson's right when he said, talk to people as if they know something that you don't.
That's
I think it's
hard though,
incredibly
because they so
valuable.
rarely do.
Right, but the times where I've shut up and listened, I've learned more than if I just
know.
sat there. And
You are
thrown out
right.
quotes and shit.
I have had that experience, but it's like an optical illusion that your brain plays on at first.
Yeah, it's
You
a
have to
difficult habit to stop.
Yeah.
I use those
Sure.
people to crack jokes and try to ease the suffering of the crowd, because I know that, if I'm feeling kind of weird, then the crowd might be feeling kind of weird. And I've been doing this for a long time, so I try not to be an asshole about it, though.
Are those nuts? Nut sound?
Well, I think you're doing a great job because
When
that
when
is
people
not
interrupt,
what I would
it's
associate with you.
antithetical to the progress of the conversation. That's the problem I have with it. Constant interruptions. One interruption, two interruptions. It's fine, but when it's consistent, it becomes counterproductive. Absolutely.
Right. If you would have saw me 2 years ago, you would have been like, "Oh, fuck this guy," because there's some people that would come on the panel and I'd interrupt every single thing they said. I'd wait until they start speaking, and I would do it on purpose. I'd just cut them off and then start talking about something, and then I'd shut up and then I'd do it again. It was kind of a dick move, but I'm learning how to be more articulate.
I mean, we're all grown
timely.
ass adults. The fact that we're even having this conversation is sort of absurd. Like anybody still should need help finding the social guidelines.
Right. Well, to me, when someone does that, it's a sign that person is afraid of losing an argument. Because if you weren't afraid, you'd let the person speak. You know what I mean? So
That's a good point.
that's the same thing with name calling. When someone's name calling in a conversation, I take that as a sign of them feeling like they're losing the conversation, because you really don't need to attack a human being. You need to attack the argument. That's the intellectually smart thing to do. And someone with intellectual integrity, I would say, that's the smart way to approach a conversation. So when someone consistently interrupts or calls other people names, that to me is a sign that they don't have a strong argument. So they're relying on fallacies and rhetorical tactics to win.
to
And
deflect.
that's dishonest.
If I can get somebody to start attacking me, I consider that when I've won.
Yeah, that's definitely another way to think
that's
about it.
it.
Sure.
Like, I could do that, but I would try.
Yeah.
I could literally do it in my sleep. I woke up the other day and do it. Is that? Oh, hey, Lindsay.
Can I just say, good job, MoOse, for being introspective enough to notice that you were doing those things, because that takes a lot of work. I've been debating for a couple of years now, and I wouldn't really call it debating. I would rather prefer having conversations, but learning how to be quiet and listen and take in what other people are saying, and actually steelman their argument rather than straw manning it, is a skill that has to be learned through trial and error. But once you have it, it's an invaluable skill to have in your intellectual toolbox.
It took a lot of people to yell at me and tell me like what I was doing, and then it took a lot of introspection to get to where I'm at. I mean, it took 2 years to go from being a total jackass to being just a mediocre jackass.
Yeah. Well, And the thing too is when you learn to argue effectively, like people ask me all the time, like, how do you have such good conversations? Because most of my conversations are really good and they're very productive. Well, the very first thing I would recommend you do is learn your logical fallacies. Like, bar none, learn your logical fallacies and your cognitive biases. And then read my number one favorite book to recommend to everybody is How to Have Impossible Conversations by Peter Boghossian and James Lindsay. While I'm definitely not a fan of James Lindsay, and I'm a partial fan of Peter Boghossian.
Oh, come on, you're doing so good.
They are they're very good at their craft. Peter Boghossian is an amazing teacher. And a brilliant mind in the sense that he has literally created the entire culture of street epistemology, and learning how to investigate ideas for the common man. Like, you don't need to learn a whole bunch of these technical terms and what's a formal and informal argument and all this other shit. No, you just need to learn how to ask the right questions. And in that sense, brilliant piece of work. It's my number one book that I recommend. It's the first book when I started a book club. It's the very first book that we read, because if you don't know how to communicate with the people around you, then it's basically it's for naught. It's for nothing. So yeah, definitely read that book. I've bought 4 copies because I give them away. It's that important of a book, and I don't give books away.
I got 2 books like that. So what's your beef with James Lindsay?
James is really good when it comes to dissecting a lot of the origins of the woke movement as it is now. But he comes along with a certain degree of arrogance that kind of bothers me.
You find him arrogant?
I find him arrogant, exceptionally arrogant.
He's also highly autistic. But do you have criticisms of his work, like of his
work? No, I have no criticism.
So it's more like a personality thing.
It's just like, like I just said, the book is amazing. If you look at Hegel on Time and Being, Hegel is been known to be an anti-Semite, but he leaves his politics and his beliefs out of his book. On Time and Being is a phenomenal book. Doesn't mean I have to like the guy, but I can at least acknowledge the work that he's put in. And so that's what I'm saying is, like, I don't really care for him, but that doesn't mean that the work that he's produced is flawed. I mean, I've got 2 of his books here. All
right. Well, yeah. Then I guess I don't necessarily disagree with that criticism either. So.
Yeah.
Huh?
For Peter Boghossian, the thing that I don't like about them is they don't make certain distinctions that I would like to see. For example, I advocate for trans rights all the time because they're human beings. They're Americans. They deserve the right.
What is trans rights?
Yeah, but I knew that was going.
I don't want to get into that. I don't want to get into that. I'm simply making a statement saying that I don't like that they don't make those distinctions, and they just kind of attack the movement as if it's.
Hey Jeff, you Nazi motherfucker! You Nazi blocking open panel fake ass motherfucker!
How does this dude keep getting through?
Because he faked himself as Cynthia. He faked himself as Cynthia.
Jeff, change it so that you have to approve.
I thought it was sweet little lovable Cynthia. He knew exactly who to use.
I can't believe he's been up here twice and he hasn't said a thing about me. He must really dislike you, Jeff.
I don't know if y'all know this, but the entire time we've been on stream, like it's over an hour, he's been trying to get backstage and get on, and I have to keep clicking him out. So the whole time we're
so Jeff, check this out. I'm going to solve your problem for you.
That's how persistent he is.
I'm going to solve your problem. You need to change it so that way we have to be logged into StreamYard in order to join. So that way you see all of our emails.
That's going to make
you can verify them through the YouTube now in StreamYard
for guests to come up.
So you can they just made a new choice on StreamYard that you have to verify with your YouTube channel. That way you can ban them from your YouTube channel. So you might want to look in the options. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go. In fact, I'm gonna look into it right now. Y'all keep talking.
Yeah.
Probably in the.
But anyways, yeah. So I've said my thing. It's just, some people I just don't like, but that doesn't mean that I can't read their material and take certain gleans of inspiration from it. I mean, if you look at Jordan Peterson's 2 books, they're phenomenal books on the whole. They're amazing books. I'm an atheist, and I still gather a lot of information from Maps of Meaning, which was a very academic book, but it doesn't mean I like Jordan Peterson. It doesn't mean I support him. You know what I mean? So, and Jordan Peterson as a person, I think is probably a decent human being. I think he's probably a great human being. I just I don't agree with some of his positions that he holds. Doesn't mean I don't like him. Doesn't mean I don't disapprove of him either. So, yeah, the work is what matters to me. The argument is what matters to me, not the people.
Yeah.
Oh, iPhi's cousin's back.
What's up, Lib?
Lib, are you around on Thursday?
Thursday?
You need to be.
Yes, early
Okay.
enough. Depends. I mean,
The-
how
the
early?
usual time. We're having a special
Usual
guest.
Okay.
And I think you'd
I'll
be
be
a
right
good
back.
person to have
Yeah.
to be there for.
Possible pizza party, but I'm not sure.
We're gonna be disappointed.
I
He's built
wish
it up too
if
much. It
we
doesn't matter who
grow
we
big
got.
enough,
A pizza.
if we
a
grow big
pizza
enough
party.
and we get monetized, we can start doing pizza party. The Crucible does those. They'll have days where Andrew will take donations and send pizza to people.
Yeah, but now that you've kept us in suspense so long, by the time you tell us, it's going to be a disappointment no matter what. You've already fucked up.
Well, it's
I
probably
don't
gonna be a
think so.
disappointment to you no matter what, anyway. So
You're going to be like, it's Jack Talcott.
A huge disappointment.
That's
Oh,
funny.
frilly pink number. Oh, okay. I need to dress up for it. I see.
Yeah.
I'll make sure to make my PFP something more coherent than the 3 downward arrows. There we
Lib,
go.
do
That's
you
all.
have your own YouTube channel?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I guess technically I have
Yeah, I mean,
a
technically you do, but-
YouTube account, but I don't make content. I don't.
There's a YouTube account. I can't remember the name of it. They use the same 3 diagonally down arrows.
Oh, there's a lot of people who do. Yeah, it's a pretty common.
One specific one that I like, but I can't remember the name.
It's called 3 arrows.
it's the Antifa arrows, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because at the Pride Parade they had the gay Satanist tent and they had rainbow flags with the Antifa arrows.
Lib, I need you to come back over to my stream again because my viewers hated you, and that was super lucrative.
Yeah, you were making bank off of Lib that day.
I know, and then he never came back again.
Oh, you
All right,
you
FlowState,
disappeared
I'm
for
gonna
like a
tell you
week,
right now,
so.
You need to not come over here and dry bag off of the panelists, all right? I'll come back to your show, too. I'll come back, I promise.
I appreciate you, Moose. You knew that I was really talking to you.
I know you were. I'm the only one that tells the people in the crowd they need to donate.
All right. I'm glad that you heard me.
Yeah,
It's
no,
all
I'd
love in this
love to
bitch.
come on, Flo.
I'm quiet.
I've been missing our conversation. It's just been really iPhi that's been trying to make the stupid arguments for capitalism, and he's iPhi, so you know about how.
Lib, I don't know if you and Steve have talked before, but he had a few critiques of capitalism earlier that we touched on, which weren't really critiques of capitalism. They were kind of capitalism adjacent. Are some of the effects
The ones I heard last time when we were talking to Steve, they were more capitalism adjacent. We weren't like going a full-throated anti-capitalism rant, but you don't always have to go the
full-throated.
Full-throated.
That is like a pretty good way to describe anti-capitalist sentiments. Actually,
I mean, you can have like nominal capitalism criticisms without going the full distance,
the full shaft, the full length of it.
Yeah.
Well, and it's important to note that I'm not an economist at all.
Yeah, no, I'm not either.
I'm like a side share reader of that kind of work, so I'm not an expert on it. But I have tried to read Das Kapital, and I read the Communist Manifesto occasionally because I've been an anti-communist most of my life. So,
well, we do have an economist on panel.
Yeah.
Oh, do we?
I try to remain as unbiased as possible, but just as with anybody else, that's almost impossible to do. But I try to be at least honest about the benefits that come from viewing capitalism from a communist perspective, but doesn't mean I'm going to be a communist. It means I'm just a responsible capitalist, I think.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I think the only way to healthily engage with these kinds of systems or ideologies is with a healthy amount of skepticism and criticism, because these are systems made by people. They're not literally perfect. Not all criticism is bad or not constructive.
Yeah. My biggest beef, and I will say this honestly, my biggest beef with most communists that I know is they don't read the competing literature. Like, I don't know a communist out there that's actually read the Gulag Archipelago or Gulag by Anne Applebaum. They've never read them.
It's not a reason-based position to hold. It just isn't. So, I had a place I was going to land at, but I forgot.
I'm just saying, if you're going to advocate for something, you ought to know the downsides of it as well.
No, yeah, and actually, one of the things that I like doing is sort of, I guess, even though I'm not an economist, I like, I guess, keeping abreast of what economists today, are saying, right? Like, I want to understand why economists today think the things that they think and why they don't agree with me and what their perspectives actually are, because I think it's really important. And yeah, sure, it's also important to understand, I've read Adam Smith, I've read Hobbes, I've read
Rousseau?
A little bit of Rousseau, not actually I haven't read any of his books in total, but I have read, when I was in school, I read sections of Rousseau. Yeah, there was like, oh, hey, there's photocopies of this section of, Rousseau.
It's so hard to read all of it.
Yeah, no, it is. But even then, I think though understanding that is actually less important than understanding what economists today think. Like, I do think both are important, but I think if you're
in relation to what though, like, it's just abstract, the pleasure you get from abstract thinking, or in relation to something going on now in the world today, like our economy, like how I'm trying to connect all of these thinkers and ideas with something practical that I could apply it to.
Yeah, so I think I think it's probably better served for the average person. I would rather the average person read, an economics blog about, like, that's a bunch of like modern economists.
Smith, I follow him. I read.
Yeah, or something even like that, rather than someone who would focus entirely and solely on a bunch of old dead white people. Like,
well, hang on. What is
I
disagree.
I disagree though. Because look,
evaluated on their own merit.
The cornerstones of economics are what you need to know. The current economists, the shifts that they have are politically motivated. And so, like, for instance, the definition of inflation, they've been tweaking that. So if you look at the original definition and the current definition, the cause of inflation is changing. It can tell you what's happening behind the scenes in the world if you see where the changes are at definitions. That would be a practical use.
If you want to read a really great economist, read Thomas Sowell. The dude's written over 40 books, and he's got
Thomas
an
Sowell
amazing
is
team of
dope.
researchers. For Liv, if that, if old white men bother you, he's
no,
I mean, he's
no,
older now, but he's a black economist.
Yeah,
incredibly
sorry,
brilliant.
I shouldn't have said white. I was being glib. I was doing saying the like, oh, hey, here's all these fucking old dead people who, like, people will like stake their entire identities.
You sound unintelligent when you say that, because if you can't appreciate the past, like the works of the past, you are the one that sound limited, and not the people that are. Like,
I'm talking in I'm speaking in what I'm speaking in reference to is there are a number of people, and this is particularly a problem I think on the left, where people on the left will they'll read Marx, or they'll read some very old book by some person who was very smart but who died literally 2 centuries ago.
Kropotkin is a good example of that. Yeah.
Yeah. But they don't have a firm understanding of the world as it is today. Like they'll talk about, oh hey, I read this cool thing by Lenin, or this cool thing by Marx, or this cool thing by Adam Smith or John Locke or whatever, but then they don't then put in the additional effort and like go and learn about what the world is like today.
How different
don't
are
understand the
people today
contrast.
from 2,000 years ago? Like Plato and Aristotle is still relevant. But Lib, I want to tell you that what you just said to me, I did not get that from dead white male. Like I would never have gotten that. That's what you're talking about.
No.
When you framed it as dead white males.
I understood you, Lib. It's but yeah, it's not an important point. It was a silly glib thing, but
it was a glib thing that was I was trying to be like sarcastic, because oftentimes there are also people on the left who are like, oh, why are you reading something from like John Locke? He's just an old dead white guy. And like those are the same kinds of people who then don't read about and don't try and get a fuller understanding of the world as it is today.
Built the world. I think it's important.
Let me point.
It is. I'm saying
he promises never to make the comment again. Don't you, Lib?
Yes, I do. Oh my God! If it will get me out of this loop, I promise I will never say it again.
Your second attempt to express it was so much better. Like that's the only reason I'm even bringing it up.
I agree.
Before I forget it, Lib will never do it. But before I forget it, I want to address updating your knowledge on topics like this. And caution people to. Economics and politics are both actually really fucking simple, and people overcomplicate it by reading too many dense authors and making it too big. Ultimately, everything, it's all we're talking about in economics and politics is a sliding scale between individual autonomy and centralized control. That's it. So
I would agree.
Well, with that. I think there's slightly more nuance than that, but I don't think that's too absurd of a simplification. I do think people do overcomplicate it.
Yeah, all people do is zoom into it, but it doesn't change the dynamic. Really, what we're describing is how do we make decisions?
Yeah. Well, I think it's also important to understand how decisions that were made in the past affect the future. So if you take Thomas Sowell, for example, he was incredibly brilliant when he made the argument that the New Deal actually negatively affected blacks' ability to make money, because what they did was they forced employers to pay a specific amount of money, which took away the negotiation skills and the negotiation rights of black people. So at the time, when the New Deal was signed, wages were fairly close between black and white. They were still, blacks still suffered.
Yeah.
But they were much more even. And after the New Deal was reviewed and kept in place, I can't remember when it was, the black economic never recovered. That gap continued to get wider and wider and wider. And so Thomas Sowell's claim is that because of that, it actually negatively impacted blacks across the board. So you can take something like that and you can say, well, that decision definitely, from his argument perspective, definitely makes sense.
Yeah.
Right. And maybe we need to take a look at maybe, readjusting how we think about things. So,
I would actually even go for a step further than Thomas Sowell. I actually have heard him talk about the New Deal, and I think I would actually go further than his argument. I think the New Deal and a lot of the policies around it, not even in a roundabout way, hurt the black community, but directly hurt the black community. Things like the GI Bill, a lot of the policies within the New Deal had a lot of very race-specific language in it. Or if not race-specific, they were done in a place where these laws and stuff was enacted in a place where segregation was already in place. So all that happened was, hey, white people got the benefits of the New Deal and black people didn't as often see the benefits of the New Deal.
Well, if you look at redlining, redlining is a
yeah.
perfect example. Nowhere in redlining laws were there any mention of race.
Yes.
What you did have is you had a negative effect on the poor, and
yeah.
the black population was a large portion of that poor demographic. And so you had these laws that were intended, but were smart enough to not, and I say smart enough, as
they were
to not include racial categories, but they definitely did impact you know, certain demographics. But you know, when you talk about redlining, most people aren't honest about it, and they don't talk about the fact that there was Chinese, Irish, Japanese, Black, Hispanic, whites, poor whites. It was more a war on poorness than it was on race.
Actually, it was
negatively affected us.
That's how all the race shit still is.
So it's a little bit different today, because now the definition of white has sort of expanded. Back then, it was more of like an Anglo thing, like Anglo-Saxon. Because like if you look at
what is it today?
Today it's like they've broadened the spectrum. Basically, ever since the civil rights movement, the people who want to like push that like sort of like white identitarianism have begun more and more opening up their tent. For instance, Irish people are, to most white people, white now, but that wasn't the case 100 years ago. You know, Italian.
Everybody here is a white mutt who's white anyway. So, but I think the whole race thing is
I'm saying white identitarians, as in like the people for whom their identity is within being white, and they categorize that in very specific kinds of ways. So like, you know, people who think that they are white and like are the racist people about it. They're usually the ones who they're usually the ones who decide sort of like who is included within that group of white, because the whole like point of it is that they've excluded certain groups who we now consider white.
Why? I don't know. I don't understand why any of this matters.
Okay, but Lib, I need to ask you this because it's burning in my soul. Do you believe that people are inherently evil and need to be ruled over, or do you believe that people are inherently good and should have freedom?
I'd like to answer that after Lib.
Me too.
So I'm not entirely sold on that dichotomy. However, if you're going to like pin me to an answer, I do have to go with, I think people are more likely intrinsically good than intrinsically bad.
My perspective is I kind of take this one from Alexander Solzhenitsyn when he said, the line between good and evil passes directly through the heart of every human being. So it's almost a neutral position, because it depends on situation, depends on location, depends on a lot of different factors on whether someone is going to be good or bad. Abject poorness causes is more relative to crime than just being poor. So it's kind of that balance between situational awareness of what's going on around you.
Wait, what do you mean by abject poorness as distinct from just poverty?
So poorness is different than abject poorness. So abject means that you have your location, your proximity location to wealth depends on whether or not that's going to be abject poverty. So if you take places in India where you've got a very specific fence or wall that divides rich, and I mean stupid fucking wealthy, and incredibly poor, that's abject poverty, right?
It's competitive.
Just being poor is not in that section, because you can have poor areas in a city.
Abject poverty.
So there's some locations you could probably argue that, but I'm talking about that very specific where you can literally see the difference between those two. Whereas
and you're saying
most locations, in most locations it spreads out slowly. So you'll have an area of a city that is very, very poor, and then you'll come to the next ring, which will be slightly less poor, and then you get up into the more wealthier neighborhoods. There's not that really sharp, that sharp bifurcation between two.
The perceived injustice is what matters for the crime.
But the higher crime is correlated with the abject kind of poverty, not with regular.
If everybody is poor, you don't have the issue as if some people are rich.
Yeah, the thing that when people say like poverty increases crime rates, it's not so much that, it's poor and rich people living next to each other increases crime rates. Wealth inequality among a population increases crime rates. Is what technically that's like the correct way of describing that phenomenon. Is when you have a area where you have people, some of whom are really rich, some of whom are really poor. If there's the bigger the disparity between people, the more societal conflict you will have. And that's why, like, in areas like the first world, you don't see as much of these, you see a lessened degree of these problems than you would in like developing countries.
I see.
Yeah. So developing countries usually is where
hang on, we have breaking news. Snafu is reporting my channel. He reports everybody's channels.
Oh God.
What happens when he does
what's
that?
the news flash?
I was just telling you because he sent me a text with the.
Can you send me the screenshot wherever you're looking at?
Yeah.
He reported Jack Talcott's and then went on Jack's stream to tell him that he reported his channel.
What the fuck?
Jack
Wait.
kept kicking him off, and he got outraged that he wasn't allowed to stay on the stream that he had just reported to try to get shut down.
Yeah, let him do his shit. I still am sitting here with 0 strikes. He's fairly impotent.
It's like a milestone that he stopped by my channel today. That was the first time he tried to assault mine.
Mm.
I'm like initiated now. Did I get jumped in?
Wear it with a badge of honor, Jeff.
Got snafu. My first snafu.
Welcome to the Pedo Pogo Club.
Oh, I don't know if that's the club I was excited about.
You've been snafu'd.
I'm totally about developing countries.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
We forgive you.
Yeah. So to further my point here is that even in the U.S., if you try to find statistics on how many people die from starvation, you'll not find it. We don't measure it anymore.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that we don't still have a problem with people wondering where their next meal is going to come from. Okay.
We do measure that, actually.
That is the new measure for
yes.
hunger, right? Because harvesters need something to do still.
Right. So we do measure that, but we don't measure how many people die from starvation, because that's not as serious a problem as it was 80 or 100 years ago. But in other countries, that is still a serious problem. So
it's not
our country doesn't have the degree of abject poverty that other countries do.
Basically, aside from politically created situations, which is basically warfare, starvation has been solved globally. It only exists where there's warfare, really.
I mean, no, it's not just warfare. I mean, there's a whole host of complicated, like, I understand what you mean when you say warfare, but I do think there's a broader conflict.
You feel that what I'm saying is wrong, but it's not.
No. I feel like you're honing in on one specific thing when there's a broader host of things that actually cause this sort of starvation issues, because it's conflict more broadly. It's more broad than just warfare. Even if you were to have a country that is technically like at peace, there's no like actual warfare, like North Korea. Okay, that's a perfect example. What the fuck war is going on in North Korea? They don't have any.
Politically politically created situations. And
yes,
all sorts of trade embargoes.
Yes.
This is humans causing the problem for other humans. What I'm saying is that the problem of not enough food existing is done.
Yes,
the problem now is that people try to kill other people, basically. And
the problem is getting the food like distributed to people, because like
we're not disagreeing.
Yeah, and there are some of those things that's like, oh, hey, it's because these countries are in conflict. This country's in a civil war, so of course supply lines are completely fucked there. Obviously, there's going to be starvation happening there. Over here, look, it's North Korea. There's like trade embargoes to shit, and like North Korea isn't really taking genuine steps to
Will you
attempt
just
to
agree
remove.
with me and stop trying to disagree with me where you don't?
I'm not saying I disagree with you. What I'm saying is you were honing in on very like you're like, oh yeah, it's only warfare, and like yeah, warfare is one of them, but like
okay, I phrased it in a totality, which is no totalities are ever true. There's always an exception.
But I don't think it's like an exception. I think it's just you're talking about a broader category, like you're talking about conflict.
I said government caused actions. That was the first thing I said. Find something that's not caused by government action, where people are just starving for any other reason.
Sure, I think I can agree with that. Actually,
thank you.
The point that I was more broadly making, if I can remember exactly what I was trying to.
Sorry, that was my bad.
No, it's okay. It's okay. The point is that when we read old material, I would say old material, you can still glean a lot of information and a lot of wisdom from those things. Like if you take Thomas More's Utopia, right? Utopia, translated from Latin, is basically nowhere. It means nowhere, right?
Yeah.
But the founding fathers of the United States took ideas from Thomas More's Utopia, like the three branches of the government, slightly tweaked it a little bit. So there's wisdom to gain from this, but at the same time, if you're basing your full position on these people that wrote books 100 years ago, you're going to be missing a vast chasm of information that you need to really understand the problem. So that's where I'm going to agree with you. All of these, the more time goes on, the more complicated these situations get, the more difficult it is to understand them. And like Flo said, yeah, a lot of these things can be boiled down to very simple concepts to understand them. But in my opinion, the further down the rabbit hole you go into these things, the more complicated they are, the more information you need, the more reading you have to do, the more interpretation of that information you have to do. It becomes much more complicated.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I was saying, like, I think more people should be, I think, paying more attention. Like, yes, it is all well and good for people, but like, I say this as someone who loves doing this just as a hobby. This is nerd shit, okay? Very few people are going to interact with Thomas Sowell or Thomas Hobbes or Adam
Shut up,
Smith.
Friedman.
Who? What? Oh,
I just wanted to shout out Milton Friedman.
Yeah, or Milton
Friedman. Yeah.
Few people will interact with their works in a way that they will be able to properly get good things from it. Which is just
that most people will not what?
Most people aren't going to engage with their works in a way that they will get maximum use for themselves as people.
We're nerdy, is what he's saying.
There's two reasons. One is confirmation bias, and the other one is cognitive dissonance.
Yes.
People don't want to be confronted by things that make them question their own beliefs.
Yeah.
Well, I think that people are also sort of don't know how to do things for themselves. School has trained a whole country full of people out of being able to figure out how to provide yourself with information or with the next thing to do.
I totally advocate for critical thinking in schools, man. Critical thinking needs to be taught in schools.
I think formal logic should be taught in schools. Even just like one class, like you take in middle school Logic 101, and that's the only logic you ever are required to take. But I think
say high school personally, but
do you think I wonder, because all right, here's where I'm going with this. Do you think most high schoolers could? I'm sure there are high schools high schools somewhere that teach logic, so we probably have the data already. But do you think high schoolers could master a basic Logic 101 class. And I'm also thinking of the logic I see just in general, like online.
If you look at what teenagers used to
logic,
do,
I can't. Logic comes very easy to me, so I can't judge how difficult it
The
is.
school that I graduated from
seems like it's
teaches
really
logic
hard.
in 7th grade. That is when
And
they
did
teach
most
logic
of your
101.
class pick it up pretty easily?
Yeah,
My
I
son
mean,
does. My
we
son's
have to.
14.
Yeah, we
He
have
picks it
to.
up. We talk
because
about it all the time.
I guess I don't have a sense of how easy it is to learn logic because I only had it.
Logic 101, it's super easy.
in the 40s,
teach logic.
What was it? I'm rolling off memory, so I could be wrong. In the 40s, 8th graders had to read this book in English, and then seniors had to read it in Latin.
Yeah.
Like our standards for what people can do at certain ages is so fucking dismally low.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is. Because we can do quite a bit. Like at my school, it wasn't like, oh, you take one logic class. You took logic 1, you took logic 2, then you had to take logic 3. You could optionally take logic 4. We had to take multiple years of rhetoric classes, which is like a speech writing logic.
This was in
Rhetoric and composition.
Yeah.
It must have been a private school.
It was a private school.
He's a socialist. They're all rich kids.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm laughing, Lib.
I mean, it's true.
No, it's true. Yeah,
it wasn't even an insult.
I'm not. Yeah. It's. I recognize that.
I think logic's a lot easier to understand. Once children are about age 11 to 12, they can start comprehending what real logic really is, because you can show them, they can understand it. Me and my son, my 14-year-old, we've talked about a large number of things. We've talked about Jean-Jacques Rousseau's and the social contract, and why we give up our authority to a court system as a third party for justice. A lot of different things. It helps him understand it. He doesn't have to remember everything. Like I advocate for people to learn fallacies, right? You don't have to remember the name of every single one of these fucking fallacies because there's shit tons, right?
Yeah.
But understanding what they mean in a logical conversation or a reasonable conversation or any conversation really at all helps them understand how to make better arguments, but also make better sense of the arguments that people are making. So I think it's 100% capable and possible for these kids in middle school to high school to learn these things and incorporate them without having to remember them in 10 years.
Yeah.
I think that if I have a theory that if we just ended school altogether, that we would have that in a generation we would have smarter kids than we do now with mandatory 12.
No,
I'm not convinced. No.
For the first time in history, IQ has dropped. So they do a study every 10 years, and they keep track of how smart we get over time, right?
Yeah.
Roughly, human beings gain about 3%. I think it was like 3 IQ points every 10 years. Well, this is the first time that they've recorded it where it actually dropped. So something's not right. Something ain't working. We can debate on what that is, but we know people are getting dumber.
Kids are curious.
No, kids are curious, but that curiosity can be squashed and stifled.
It is squashed and stifled.
I agree.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
I think school is an abusive system.
I'm
I think it's
interested in that because it wasn't stifled in me, and some people did try. So I think there's something innate. Like there are innate levels of curiosity that some are harder to put out than others too. I don't think it's just one factor or the other.
I bet if we went around the horn, most people on this panel had some form of an unorthodox education experience. I was homeschooled in grade school. You, I assume, had different classes than normal kids.
I did.
Right. Lib went to the richest school in Tennessee.
Actually, no. There were just within like several miles of us, there were like 3 other private schools that were way more.
Well, you went to one of them.
I did go to one of them though. It was a very tiny one.
I'm a graduate of the state education system.
Public school.
Just regular from kindergarten through senior year.
Public school.
Yeah, I'm a victim of the public school system.
And I also went to public school. I went to like 2. I had 2 track, but I was also in public school. I just don't remember anything I learned from that.
I didn't really feel smart. I think that's a side effect of the public education system, and I might not be smart, but I didn't really. I didn't
You
really
were
understand a
really
lot of things until I started reading. And then in my 40s, all of a sudden, I decided to start reading. I read usually about 100 books a year. It's dropped significantly this year because I was
Do
going
you
to school.
listen or do
So
you
I
read
went
them?
to school. Both.
That's pretty
My
fucking
rule is
impressive.
if I listen to a book and I like it, I buy it and I reread it. That's my my process. But now I went from being an automotive mechanic, and now I work in aerospace research, development, and testing. So it's a huge difference between just 7 years. So I think people are a lot smarter. It's the fundamental problem that I find with the public education system is it doesn't breed an atmosphere where children can feel smart, and that kind of spirit of education, that spirit of
Why do
learning
they have to
is
feel
killed
smart?
quickly in them.
Why do they have to
Well,
feel
because if a
smart?
kid feels
And you
stupid, he's
feel
not going to
smart
try.
from being smart. You can't fake smart. If you're not smart, you're not going to feel
The
smart.
Prussian
without
education
being
system was
smart.
created
Like you
to
didn't solve the puzzle, but
I mean,
I still feel smart somehow, even though I know I didn't solve the puzzle.
but
that's not what he's
our
saying.
education model was created to stunt people's creativity, independence, and intelligence.
What do you? I don't know about. I think it's
no,
it's,
it is.
if anything,
history.
because I
It's
used to
Prussian.
teach. I was in the classroom for a while. If anything, it's designed to streamline the teacher's day and
I'm
make
not
it.
speculating. I'm telling you about the history of the Prussian education system. You should know this then.
Well, here in the United States, Rothschild, what was his name? Lee Rothschild. Anyways, he created. He was instrumental in creating the U.S. educational system. Yeah. And what he said was he's not interested in creating intelligent people. He's interested in creating workers. So the education system from the very beginning wasn't set up to mark brilliance and to promote it. It was there to promote.
How did an education system in rural South Louisiana poverty manage to accomplish that somehow?
The Prussian education system was developed out of, I believe it was the war. The Prussian army fled from Napoleon's army, if I remember, and despite being commanded to go fight them, the soldiers ran away. And so the Prussian leaders decided we have a problem. We need to figure out how to fix this. And out of that, what they developed was the Prussian education system, in which kids from a young age are forced to sit in a desk all day and be bored to tears.
Maybe we had a different education. We didn't do that.
No, that is the model. That's the model. That's the sit in class all day and listen to a teacher make you memorize boring facts.
We played, we colored things, we made things.
Well, you were in the short bus class. There's a long bus class or something.
No, I'm talking about the public school part. It was not us sitting in a chair all day listening to a teacher. We did other things.
You might have a different educational experience.
We had arts and crafts. We had play hour. In the younger grades, they would even make us take naps.
What the fuck?
Yeah. We had these pads in the corner. These old plastic pads. You had to drag them out during nap time. It was like 10 minutes. Your nap was like 10 minutes. I'm not kidding. And they turned the lights off, and everybody had to lay on these pads for like 10 minutes, and then they turned the lights back on, and that was our nap time. We did it every day.
So, how valuable of an education experience was this?
That was that was a very stupid part. I don't know how naps got into the lower grades, but I remember having to take it. It wasn't all like sitting in a class all day with strict teachers.
I don't think I had naps past kindergarten.
Past kindergarten, yeah. But if you look at the history now, the amount of recess time has been greatly diminished, even from the 1980s. Yeah. They've really cut out recess time, and then on top of that, you take a bunch of boys with a bunch of energy and you stick them in a classroom.
Wait, they cut out recess? Recess is lower than it used to be?
Yeah,
it's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, 3 minutes, 3 minutes between classes now for my daughter.
Oh my god! Really, 3 minutes?
But like, when I was teaching, they got the lunch break, which is like, I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes, and they had like some of the lower grades would get morning recess for 10 or 15 minutes, and then afternoon recess.
Yeah, they're doing away with a lot of that, or
2 or 3 times a day where they were outside running around playing.
Yeah, when I went to school, it was 15 minutes. When my son went to school, it was 10. So they're even reducing that.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
Because what you're really learning is to be on time, to do what you're told. Truth comes from authority.
That is not the.
You had a weird educational
and I'm talking public school and all the public school people I went to school with too. That was not our experience. That might
Well,
have
their
been.
reasoning for it, Jeff. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The reasoning they're giving for it is that it's so that the students can focus on academics and standardized testing, and then there's also safety concerns because of the whole big bullying thing over the last like 30 years.
Yeah.
And
so you're saying it might have even changed from when it might be different.
No,
now.
it definitely has changed now since when you went to
It
school.
sounds bad. If y'all are describing the current version, it's
Common Core made everything worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was teaching when No Child Left Behind got implemented, and so I got to see the very beginning of the effects of it, and that's when I decided to get out of education. That to me was the beginning of the decline.
Social emotional learning. Yeah, the whole thing. It's continued to slide.
Trying to standardize everybody.
And the piss poor quality of the education for the students is exacerbated by the fact that the teachers aren't we're not keeping quality teachers anymore. Like we're paying teachers like shit. And yeah,
remember what I said? The goal of the Prussian education system it's to create obedient
I don't know.
soldiers. And look at what the outcome is, Jeff. You can't argue with the fact that the model is moving perfectly into.
No. Let me say what I'm trying to say. Here's my thing, because I watched some of this model get put into place. It looked to me like people with good intentions that just don't know what the fuck they're doing. It did not look like evil, sinister villains.
Well, no, I'm not.
An education system
to
deliberately produce substandard kids.
I'm not saying that the teachers are bad people trying to do this. I'm saying that they're executing a playbook that is
designed by people.
They don't know that they're doing it
outside of the schools.
Well, I don't think it's designed. I don't think the schools are designed. Those curriculums are designed by people who want to create this hellish nightmare that's going to obliterate our society.
I'm talking about the system, the structure of our classroom day. Right? Show up at a bell. Go to the next class at a bell. Ding, ding, ding.
That's not really
the model was created to make obedient soldiers. I don't think that there's a bunch of evil demons running around trying to kill kids or anything. So
it's a thing that is having
the model you're describing is not as central and national as you think. I think there are variations. There's way more variation.
Sort of like how fluoride was put in water to make prisoners obedient.
Yeah,
originally.
At the time,
public school experience was different than yours.
At the time that public education was really getting its stranglehold on the American public, we didn't have a need for high intellectualism. We needed workers. We needed people to make products. That's one of the things that made our country as strong as it did. So the education system was directly designed to produce that, and we haven't gone away from that. We haven't separated ourselves from the fact that we are now a much more intellectual country that is still doing shit in the ancient tradition of just creating workers.
Yeah. We are definitely a stupider country. What we had was more autonomous, independent-minded people that made it hard to have large production industries here in the country.
Look up
Big business needed
Sputnik and education, because I was part of the post-Sputnik generation where
there was
a big move in education.
Not all about Jeff.
To have smart kids and identify smart kids and support and figure out how we can get as many smart kids as possible. So that started late 60s.
How has education done since the Department of Education was incepted?
I don't know. When was that?
It's done worse consistently. It's on a downward decline. Just like since the war on drugs started, there's been a steady increase in substance
with my own. I don't think the Department of Education has only got. I don't think public education has gotten worse than before we had a Department of Education.
Why?
I'm trying to find the date.
Because we're talking about results, though, Lib. I mean, the national literacy rate continues to drop. They're
1979.
No. But there were points at which literacy went up. So
but literacy is going down.
No, it's going down now. But I'm saying the issue isn't the Department of Education fundamentally. It's what the Department of Education is doing.
Which is a bad job. So it doesn't matter.
I agree.
You're splitting hairs where there is no hair to split. The fact of the matter is they're not doing their job well. People are getting stupider.
Yes, we should have a better Department of Education.
Throughout their entire existence, they've
No, because
it's
they
not
started
all education either. Some of it's social media.
They started this stupid concept of each kid has to be put in the same block. Like when I went to school, if you were excelling at a certain subject, you got put in advanced classes for that subject.
It was post-Sputnik.
And we had options of classes we took. We could take home ec, we could take woodworking, we could take electronics, we could take automotive. We could take a various slew of subjects. We weren't limited. We were allowed to choose what we wanted to do. We weren't lockstep with the next guy. Okay, this is what you get. 1 + 1 = 2. If you can't do 1 + 1 = 2, then the whole class stops until this individual or group of individuals figures out that 1 + 1 is 2. Instead of helping the individual student that has the problems, they're holding it against the whole class, which holds people back, in my opinion.
I agree with that too.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I disagree with that. Something that I think needs to be mentioned here is that yes, we probably do much better than we're giving them credit for. They probably do a much better job at selecting students that are doing well, but it's the students that aren't doing well is where they're failing the most.
Yes.
And that tends to be the majority of the students. So
it's becoming a larger and larger majority. Yeah.
Right. If you look at European schools, when they have a child that is failing, they don't just let them fail, right? They talk to the parents. They have tutors that are available, right? There's a whole system set up to help students that are not doing well. And the students that are doing well, they don't try to make them fit into a specific kind of mold. Like if you do really good, if you excel at music, they're going to promote you into more musical fields, right? If you do really good at history, they're gonna give you more history because you do better at history.
Yeah.
But that doesn't help the students that are failing. So there's this weird kind of duality or dichotomy in our education system where we do better for the students that are doing better, but we do much worse for the students that are doing worse.
Yeah. Because the thing is,
I think we're doing.
Education isn't like something that you can like just churn out more of. Like you can't, just dump more money into education, which is what we've been doing, which is just sort of blanketly dumping money into our education system and thinking that it solves it. And that's not really like our education system does need more money. It just needs more money in the right places.
We just need to change. Well, no, we know that kids don't learn well. Fucking A. We know that kids learn better when they're having fun. Play is the best way to learn.
Yeah.
We know this. The fact that we keep trying to dump money into making kids learn shit through boredom, the least efficient way, is absurd. Like it's so fucking stupid. I can't figure out how we could be doing this unless it was intentional at some level.
Well, there are people who are. I don't think it's intentional to like fuck up our education system. I think it's a sort of like a intentional to benefit them, like their own self-interest. And what I'm talking about is sort of the administrative sections of our education system. Like many companies, have become excessively bloated.
No.
You don't think that
I
the administrative portion?
I think everything become bloated.
Well,
what about Lib? What about how they did all these research on what time a child should go to school, and they found out that children don't actually start learning right until like 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. Yet they still have the same schedule that they've had for years. The same fucking schedule, still 7 in the morning, 7:30, 8:30 in the morning. Like it's deliberate at this point. Like you have the research.
It's people not. It's the cognitive dissonance that, or not even necessarily cognitive dissonance, but it's people not wanting things to change, and the things that they're fighting over changing are stupid and asinine and like they're wrong, but like they're still fighting over it because raw
This
change
is where
bad.
the economics comes into play with education, because these parents have to get to work.
Yeah,
So
I was just going to say the same thing.
Yep.
That I think that's all it is. It's just that the public school system really, more than anything, fills in for a daycare system for most
Yeah,
people.
we don't value it like other countries do. I think
it's not valuable.
It's a reflection of how much we value as a society as well.
Well, I think I think it's valuable. It's not worth a
about?
lot of money, but
Our education system is not valuable. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Could be
So
actual education could be very valuable, but it's not at all what we're being.
It was
presented.
at one point. It was at one point.
That's fine. You can have that. Then I don't.
There are points where it was definitely a lot more valuable than it is today. But yeah, no, I do
Correct.
agree.
Correct.
Our education
If they're
system.
incapable, if the education system, like the Department of Education, fails to recognize the reasons why students are failing, then to me, the distinction between intentional and unintentional is almost moot.
It is
because the result is still the same, and their level of incompetence to recognize that is almost what you could consider intentional.
It's unbelievable.
Take for example this example for me. My son's school district decided to implement laptops in the classroom. Each one of the students get their own laptops. Now, I fundamentally disagree with that.
Yeah.
And for many reasons. One reason is because I happen to know that because my son has ADHD, I can't give him things like tablets because that is like crack cocaine to an addict.
Yeah.
So these schools didn't give a shit, and it was so poorly implemented that I had no control over. The school had no control over his laptop. My son was skipping class, going into the bathroom and watching YouTube videos, and they told me there was nothing they could fucking do about it. On top of that, I decided to investigate in this myself. So I started reading studies because I read studies for fun. And so I thought, fuck it, I'll do this. I found a stack of literature, and probably the most damning one was from West Point, was from West Point, who did a study of all of their students. And what they found was the worst thing that you could possibly do in the classroom is to give students electronics. Grades dropped, testing scores dropped by 18%, roughly 1.8 standard deviation from the norm. That is fucking massive. And this school district has never listened to me. They've never replied to me. The district psychologist refuses to return my emails. This is fucking intentional, in my opinion.
Yes.
And this is the
Microsoft and Google
system.
Well, when I was in school,
both of them, yeah.
When I was in
this
school,
is where I'm disagreeing with you, Lib.
We couldn't have a calculator.
No, I agree with you, Steve. I guess like, actually, I am curious. I'm right now Googling. Do you happen to have a link to that West Point study, or is it? I'm genuine. Here's an Inside Higher Ed article about it. Oh, it's about that. That thing. Okay.
Also, it's worth pointing out now that if anybody's got kids who have these laptops, look into Gaggle, Gaggle. There's massive databases being compiled on your kids with Google and who did I say?
Oh God, I hate this.
Microsoft.
Oh yeah, Microsoft and Google are, by the time kids graduate, they'll have complete profiles of these kids. Yeah.
Flo, I just Googled it, and the first thing that it says on Google is like the most dystopian shit. Gaggle is a student surveillance software. Oh my God, I hate that phrase.
It surveils the laptops 24/7, and it records things. And if certain it's full-time monitoring. If your kid says the wrong thing on the lap, we had the cops show up one day because some word was mistriggered as a suicide threat.
Oh my God!
And so the cops showed up. It was
Okay, so I've got a couple of names of the studies. If you're interested.
Yes, please.
We had the cops show up because my brother took a picture of his leg. He had a bruise on his leg, and he posted it on Facebook, and the police showed up at the door.
Oh God.
Yeah, I believe that.
So problem technology use, academic performance, and school connectedness amongst adolescents.
Who's the author? Just so I can actually. Does it say
Higgs,
on there?
Mpatsa, Kanyinga, Haley Hamilton, Gary Goldfield, and Jean-Philippe Chaput.
Okay, thank you.
There's another one where there was an article by Education Week called "Students Are Behaving Badly in Class. Excessive screen time might be to blame." And then the last one that I have just readily available is problem technology use, academic performance, and school connectedness amongst adolescents. This was done in Ontario, Canada.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not that. I would love to take a look at
That
these
makes
later.
it worse.
Oh,
yeah.
Here's
probably.
another one. Commentary. So let's see here. Adverse physiological and psychological effects of screen time on children and adolescents. That one was about the negative effects of screen time. So bad posture, blue screen, lack of sleep, depression, anxiety, just numerous shit. The school system just decided that none of this fucking mattered. They didn't do their research. They don't give a fuck about kids. It's clear that they don't.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm so passionate about this, because I've actually had to threaten my school system numerous times with civil lawsuits because they absolutely refuse to do this shit. And then they tried to refuse my son access to paper assignments. And then on top of that, when I went into the school to threaten the principal, I said, "Look, you are in violation of my son's civil rights and my son's civil liberties. He has a right to a free education under the United States." And this guy had the balls to challenge me. It was like, where does it say that?
What?
I'm not fucking kidding you.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, I gotta be real, Mr. Principal or Superintendent, but I think the Department of Education might disagree with you there. In this specific circumstance, I think you might just be fucking idiot.
Yeah. So at this point, to me, it almost doesn't matter whether they're doing it intentionally or not. The result is still the same, which complicity, we all know, So that's where my main driver is from all of the education system, is because I have to work 3 times as hard and spend 3 times as much time with my son doing schoolwork than I should be spending time with my son doing cool shit.
You said he's 13 or he's 14?
14. Yeah, he'll be 15 in a couple months.
Mine's 13.
Oof.
And yeah, the school, they don't fuck with me anymore either.
Why don't you just homeschool at that point? I was homeschooled. My kid was homeschooled.
Because she's a 13-year-old girl, and we did for a year, and then I gave her the choice. I said, "You can make the call."
I wish I could afford it.
My parents gave me the choice too, and I chose to stay homeschooled. But
So did Clover.
So yeah, Clover did too. So.
I homeschool myself.
I try to, she's missed already twice as many days as she's allotted for the year. She's smart enough that they don't mess with her, and
If I hadn't homeschooled my daughter, she wouldn't be in all the theater that she does.
Yeah. And I sort of wouldn't mind dealing with the truancy shit. If she gets too many absences and gets kicked out, I'm fucking fine with it, But
yeah, she can go get like a GED.
She does a thing where she goes twice a week. It's Monday and Tuesday from like 7 to 4, and then the other days she's off. She does her homework and does her classes at home. But if she had been in high school or been taking classes, she couldn't have done all of the theater that she does.
Yeah, I think my biggest issue with homeschooling is just that so many homeschooling groups and communities are expressly religious. If there were like any trepidation I would have towards homeschooling would be completely nilled if
people weren't allowed to make the decision whether or not they incorporated religion.
Why does it matter? Why should anybody care what you think about homeschooling? Do you have?
Well, I'm just curious why you think people shouldn't be like. I'm not religious, but I think that it's sort of invasive of you to think that parents shouldn't educate their children how they see fit.
No. I do think they should educate them how they see fit. I'm saying that I want there to be more non-religious options for parents who don't want to send their kids to religious schools. virtual religious schools.
Oh, okay.
The textbooks you buy, there's tons of non-religious textbooks. We didn't use any religious ones.
No,
especially after the COOF. Like it's picking up a lot of steam.
It's not about the textbooks. There are plenty of like.
It's
good,
because communists hate religion.
It is because communists hate religion. That is true. It's mostly that it's like that all these schools are all these, they're not schools, they're the homeschooling groups. Like I was in a bunch of them, and they're like fucking all religious, morals and dogma.
I'm pointing this at Smith in the chat.
I see. Yeah, basically, like my point was just that I want there to be as many options for people to be able to make that decision. Because like this was when I was homeschooled. This was actually something that I brought up with my mom, because I was homeschooled for a few years of my life, and some of it was in like upper middle school where I was starting to like think about these things and was just genuinely curious. And my mom shockingly took me seriously, and we actually did some reading and stuff, and there just weren't any big homeschooling communities in our area that weren't explicitly like, you know, oh hey, it's associated with this church, or it's associated with this church group, or you know, yada yada yada.
I agree that I had the similar experience when I was homeschooled, and it was whatever, you know. I look at it the other way around though. I look at hats off to the churches, the church communities, for doing what more people in general should have been doing.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's part of the function that churches have been have served in communities for a long time. I think over here in America, it's almost like a vestigial though. Like there's so many churches that are like, oh yeah, we're so community oriented. We, you know, have a program that's going to die out in 2 months where we go and volunteer at a local homeless shelter, but it's going to die off because people are going to stop going there.
You can also donate to my church for a tax write-off. I only charge 5% tithes. It's a great deal.
Ooh, damn, that is a good deal. Whew.
Half the tithes, half the guilt.
There you go.
100% of the hell, though.
100% of the drugs.
That's Satanic Temple, Smith, not Church of Satan.
Yeah, I am against. I am against the whole like tithing like guilt thing, like the way that the whole like way they use the tithing thing to like guilt people to money. I fucking hate that shit.
I never tithed.
Southern Baptists, who they love doing that shit.
Hey,
oh my god,
bro, they're crazy.
They love it.
They love talking to people about tithes. Yeah. You know, like it's the same kinds of people who'll be like, oh yeah, we don't want to what not to talk about at the dinner table. You don't talk about religion, politics, or money at the dinner table, and then they'll be the first to ask you, hey, did you tithe this week? Did you tithe your 10%? You know,
I didn't see you at church Sunday. Are you sick?
Yeah. Oh God. Ooh. I could rant about Southern Baptists for a long time.
But isn't that?
I'm an atheist, dude. I'll rant about it all day.
I grew up Southern Baptist. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. I've been to the Southern Baptist convention. It's not just my church. It's oh my God, Southern Baptist.
Y'all are going to hell.
I went to a Southern Baptist church a few times when I was getting divorced because we were in a small town. I thought it would be a good look, and it was the nicest building in town. And when I stopped going, oh my God, the rest of the time, the next 7 years I lived there.
Yep.
If I saw any motherfucker that, oh, I haven't seen you at church.
Yeah.
God
oh
damn.
God.
I'll see you in church if the windows are clean.
Yeah, but people complain about community, and like these are a form of community. So people want community, but then they don't want.
I mostly wanted a divorce.
It's a form of social interaction.
No, it definitely can be. However, I don't appreciate that the form of interaction that is most pushed on me by people is one in which those same people will be like, oh yeah, and if you don't believe, you know, what I believe, then oh well, I guess you're going to burn in hell. Fuck you.
I mean, the crescendo of every service is the offering plate. That tells you something.
Did that work on y'all? Like, You're gonna burn
I
in
used
hell.
to.
Never cared.
No.
When they passed the plate, I just took some out.
What a
I thought,
ridiculous, silly thing for someone to think about. Like a stranger to think about. You're gonna burn in hell.
Can we take a second and appreciate church girls, though?
Yes, we
Church
can.
girl.
Absolutely. Okay, no one is freakier than church girls. All right.
Bishop's daughters.
preacher's daughters.
High
Yeah,
five.
preacher's daughters.
That was my the first time I ever kissed a girl was during choir practice, my parents' choir practice. So I was like 8. So
Hashtag youth group.
Yeah. Well, there was a huge study done on in-group and out-group bias, and it's amazing how strong those biases are, especially within communities, small communities like religious communities. It's almost impossible to get out of them without suffering some sort of retribution for those do. So that's the biggest problem I have is in-group, out-group bias is an innate part of human nature, I believe, and I believe that this study kind of defended that position too. But it's difficult because what that does is it doesn't allow us to explore other options that actually might make our faith even better. Now I'm an atheist, so that doesn't make any sense. But for those who are followers or believers of whatever religion you pertain to, when your beliefs are challenged, it causes you to think about them in a different way, which can actually end up leading to a stronger faith. In my case, a stronger atheism, I guess you would say. So it boggles the mind. But in a lot of ways, in-group, out-group bias really does affect even broader society, like Democrat or Republican, or conservative or left, or liberal or libertarian. There's always these distinctions between, like it's either between this or between that, and it's never this kind of elevated sense of either something more to this than just the yes or the no binary. And it's
Chris,
frustrating to me.
Mike, Jesus.
Yeah.
I think my major issue with a lot of churches as communities is that they're oftentimes, this isn't always the case, of course, but I'm just speaking my experiences, going to Southern Baptist churches. They tend to be very coercive, allegedly voluntary, but they're very coercive communities. And I think that's unhealthy. I think that's not good. I want voluntary, coercion-free communities where people are there because they want to be there, because they have things in common with the people around them. Not
because they get to do what they want with their money. I agree.
I agree too.
You're free market capitalist, bro.
Well, I live in a mixed economy, so yeah, I have to. I want
economy is closer to fascist technically than I think.
Well, fascism and capitalism aren't exclusive, but I understand what you're saying. That our economy is much more authoritarian than many people would like, and I agree with them on many of those cases. In some cases, I think it's more authoritarian in ways that are helpful for the economy. But I think many of those are also authoritarian in a way that is actually actively detrimental to our economy and to the lives of people ultimately. Because I don't give a shit about the economy as a abstract thing. I only give a shit about the economy because the economy affects the people living in it.
That's the only reason anybody cares about it.
I think
I was just taking a jab at you, anyways.
I liked it.
The necessity to have rules is never going to go away because there's always going to be some dipshit that wants to take advantage of other people. It's something that we're never going to get away from. But the thing that you can't do is you can't socially construct consent because then it's not consent. It's forced. It's coerced.
It's coerced.
And there's only two ways to make people do something. There's only two ways. One is by coercion and one is by force. That's it. That's the only two ways there are. And I just got done saying there's no binaries, but
persuasion. I think you meant.
Persuasion.
You said coercion and force.
Coercion and persuasion. Yeah.
Along the lines of persuasion. Yeah. So persuasion or by force. Thank you for the correction.
No,
so when you take this into consideration, the more the more force that's implied, the less coercion is needed, the less persuasion is needed, because at that point you no longer have a choice, and the exact opposite is true. So the problem is how do we persuade people to do things that we want to in a way that is productive, and that is well, honesty for one. Another two is being transparent about your intentions. So this is one of the reasons why I would prefer to live in a capitalist society than anything else, because at least we have the opportunity to say fuck that. That's one of the things that I think a lot of people don't actually talk about. Is like, so you've got communist Russia, which they have now turned into more of a communal capitalist country, because they realized that they could not control the amount of black markets that were popping up everywhere, because people needed certain things that the government wasn't able to give them. And to squash that, the only thing that he could do was to crack down even harder, but that doesn't work ever. I think they took a playbook out of the Soviet Union for that one, but they learned a valuable lesson from the Soviet Union, which is like what the Soviet Union was trying to do was not tenable. It was not going to be positive for the future. It was going to look even worse. So, give China their credit where it's due. They decided to embrace certain aspects of capitalist culture.
Yes.
And look at them now. They've prospered far more than we could have expected in the 80s.
Yeah. They also have slave labor.
They have a number of other issues as well, but like one of their issues is not that they are too communist. It's the power of the state, I think, is their primary issue.
I bet that the people who put together your electronics would disagree, but they're not allowed to.
Right.
That's the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't even kill yourself there. They put nets around the building.
I know. You just bounce and have to go back to work. What?
Yeah. Bounces you right back in there. So yeah, I mean, anytime you see someone or a country delving into those extremes, you'll always see some kind of pushback on that, and eventually there's some kind of middle ground found somewhere, whether that's maximally beneficial for all is debatable, but you do tend to find some weird kind of a common ground everywhere. But the problem is, I think in our country, specifically America, is we haven't learned any lesson really. And we keep trying to tip the pendulum further and further to either side without recognizing what's there in the middle, which is the most important part. Even Carl Jung said that the reason why man can't find God is because he's not looking low enough, which is a description of, taking into account the small things in life. That's where the beauty of life actually exists. Yeah. But if you take that a step further and you say, okay, well, let's broaden that out to society. What is the beautiful thing in the middle? Well, the beautiful thing in the middle is our patriotism, the way that our country pulls together in times of crisis, the way that and here's the thing, here's the key here. Politicians don't get us out of economic recessions and depressions. The people do. The people are responsible for that.
Yes.
But yet these fucking politicians like to take credit for it. It's like, no, the people fucking did that. Yeah. And so there's a certain beauty in there that you have to recognize, because if you don't, you fail to learn your lesson.
I got it, Lib. Got it, Antifa.
Couldn't agree more. I'm not a revolutionist. I don't think we could or should, have some big violent revolution where we overthrow the bourgeoisie and seize the means of production. I think that's fucking stupid. It's played out. We've tried it time and time again, and doing that following in those footsteps is the thing that just leads to more and more ruin. There's a better way, and the first steps are to make life better for people today, where you can, how you can, improve what exists.
You make my life better today.
I mean,
I can try to explain to you how the public education that you endured has stunted your mental development so much you don't even recognize it.
Own issues with your education on me.
Yep,
I didn't have the
I
same
agree with that.
you did. But I can understand why, if your education was the norm, and that's what most people on the panel was with through, why they feel like they're living under this authoritarian.
Well, I was homeschooled through most of grade school. I didn't have
controlled from behind the scene. Like they're carrying their early childhood experiences into adulthood, and that's what they're seeing when they look at other social media lids. And because I didn't have that experience, I'm not seeing all of this.
I mean,
bureaucratic control and citizen slaves.
Look at prisons and look at elementary schools. They're literally the exact same structures, buildings, cafeteria.
That's where like we're using two completely different pairs of glasses. Because I have no idea.
I will say it is
an elementary school and a prison and see the exact identical thing.
I will say it is weird the amount of times where I've said this anecdote, which is that in my hometown, the high school there was designed by a prison architect. And apparently that's not uncommon for prison architects to design public school buildings. And that's just it's weird, okay?
That doesn't make daily prison life identical to daily life.
I'm not saying
many people never experienced violence except at school.
I think it's a reflection of your educational experience and the type of kid you were and the teachers you
I was
had.
homeschooled through most of grade school, and I went to a private high school.
I never went to public school either.
The public schools here weren't accredited until like 2 years ago. They were like the worst in the fucking country. I went to them for kindergarten, and that was it.
My issues with the public education system is purely on the results that it is outputting demonstrably.
Jeff, you probably like prison. It's got the nice, all the things that you liked about the public education system.
Would they let me stream? Could I have my show?
Probably not.
StreamYard?
You can't stream unless you. I mean, you can stream, but you got to be sneaky about it.
Oh no, I couldn't do prison. I got to be able to be with y'all every day.
Oh,
but you'll have your other homies there.
Do you think they have like an prison network stream like it's stream with the other convicts?
That would be hilarious. That would be hilariously dystopian. I would want that. I would want that so badly.
I mean, and think of it. It's like a free gym membership too. So
Yeah, there you go. Free gym membership.
Honey buns.
When I first moved to Seattle, I hired a personal trainer and I got a gym membership and all of that for the first time in my life.
Three hots and a cot. Actually, the most fucked up bit is the 3 hots and a cot. You don't even really get the 3 hots and a cot anymore. You get like a hot and then probably a cold, and then you get half a cot.
You get a
well, I find that there's no bars.
You get a steel cot, yeah.
So what's keeping you here?
Hmm?
You're self-imprisoned on our
Who,
street?
me?
Good
Me?
to know. iPhi.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely self-imprisoned.
You can make shanks out of your little short toothbrushes.
Yeah. Got to make sure to hide them up your butt.
I'm surprised I have never been. I had a friend that was in prison. I had to go visit him and talk to him through the phone thing, the little glass phone thing. So
you can learn how to make drinks and trash bags in the sink. You can all sorts of fun things. Get a tattoo with a sharpened staple and some pencil lead mixed in water.
I want a tattoo.
Oh, funny thing is, you don't break the law, you won't end up in that place.
What's your favorite flavor of boot?
Wait, Chuck.
I'm thinking about trying some boots. What's your favorite flavor, Chuck?
Some good.
Yeah. What if I want to try boot? What's your favorite flavor?
It's not nothing to do with.
I would have to sample them.
Chuck, he's making a joke at your expense. He's calling you a bootlicker.
Oh, I see. Okay.
If you hadn't gone to public education so much, maybe you would have got it quicker.
Maybe if you went to public education, you wouldn't be so antisocial.
That's maybe true.
That's probably true.
That might you might have a point there.
Alternatively, maybe Flo is so misanthropic that going to public school and being forced to interact with other people would have made him more antisocial. would have made him actively misanthropic.
He is a crypto Satanist after all.
Made him another Ted Kaczynski, maybe.
Maybe because I wasn't subjected to the brainwashing regiment as a young child that y'all were. I'm the only one who can see the terrible situation y'all are living in, and I'm trying to free you from the Pharisees.
Terrible.
Hang on, let me correct the record. I said like 10 times on the stream today, I was never subjected to what you described. So I'm not one of those people.
Me
and
either.
Victims think that they deserve the abuse. That is correct.
I'm personally lost. I don't know what
It's mostly Flo just being an edgy little shit.
Look, Chris, are you on your way home?
Yeah. Did I just get called an edgelord by the trans communist?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I was saying you were being an edgy little shit because it was definitely a little edgy. But that's
noted. I just was gauging myself against you as a reference point, and I'm recognizing how much edge I got right now.
Yeah, it's worth it. I'm edgy too, so I'm not. It's not a. It's more of an observation than a criticism. I appreciate the edginess. It takes some of those eyeballs off of me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate the feedback. You know, Liv loves edging.
Love edging. Favorite pastime.
You know what comes after that?
Denial.
I mean, if you're into that sort of thing.
No, that's literal torture.
No.
I mean, I have nothing against the idea of public school. My parents were both public schools, but public schools today are a lot different than they were whenever Chuck or Jeff or my parents were in high schools.
You have no philosophical issue with the government saying every child needs to be here so that we can tell them, we can teach them what we decide to teach them.
They've been doing that since Greece.
I think you have a choice.
Because something has happened before doesn't mean that it's.
Yes, I have no problem with an attempt to educate our citizenry. No, I don't have a philosophical objection to that.
And you also like paying taxes, Jeff. You're just woefully obedient, and you love it. They will love their slavery.
If I may, Flo, I would agree with your statement if I could stipulate that no, it's not about the government brainwashing people. The point of education, I do think the government ought to mandate that kids should be educated, because I think kids should be educated, and thus I think the government should provide.
You can't force education. Like some people are just not going to.
No.
They are not being educated. Do you agree?
Yes.
So what they're being forced to do is not education. So what you're talking about is something entirely than what we have now.
Yeah.
You're not.
I'm not defending what we have.
I have
now.
a great respect for civilization and the accomplishments of humanity as a species. And education.
You can get pregnant now.
Like, to keep that going, education is a huge contributor.
We solved the common flu by creating economic desperation globally. So yeah, we're doing good. We're smart.
My problem is having to do anything by force. Because the moment the government tells me that I have to do something, I immediately wonder why is the first one, and two is what happens when I say no.
Yeah, you wonder why, but do you trust them to be transparent about that? Like,
do you?
My experience with the government so far, I have never been asked to really do anything that the government said, I'm not telling you why. Do it because we said
taxation is theft, Jeff. Taxation is theft. You should be able to consent to taxation.
It doesn't feel like theft to me. I will have.
Well, try not paying it. Run an experiment and don't pay your taxes sometime.
My respect for taxes is the extension of my respect for what we have created as a species, human civilization. And so it's kind of like
yeah. Well, you're consenting to being taxed.
Honor or
That's
fulfilling
okay.
to be able to contribute to that and be part of that.
Yeah.
Do you understand that all of your income tax goes to pay interest on pre-existing debt to a private corporation?
I don't know what my individual pennies go to.
I'm telling you, though, the Federal Reserve is a private bank. All of your income tax goes.
Okay, now we're in the reserve. Okay, Steve, we started this the other day.
This is an important. This is an important factor because you think that your taxes are going to support good things, and I'm telling you, your taxes are going to greedy people who leverage the system.
Because he was not there that day, and I want his take on this.
What?
We have 3 branches of government with checks and balances, but above those 3 at the top is the Federal Reserve, and they're the
all of them are
top of the pyramid. So
all of them are
our government is illusory, and the Fed is the actual government.
Every branch of government is beholden to the Federal Reserve for funds to operate.
Yeah, I agree with Flo on
I
that.
I don't disagree with that. I'm not. I don't think
that does
Jeff's
not
characterization is correct.
Branch of government above the 3 we have now. It does not displace our existing government.
Correct.
No, but it heavily influences it.
It
very heavily.
Show me influence, measure it, quantify. Show me something concrete so I can take this vague concept of influence and understand it in a really practical.
Yeah, that the Fed runs the government.
Show me the
no, not that it. Not
I
that,
can
not
explain
that it runs
the whole last 100 years in terms of the Fed's impact on society and how you have the Federal Reserve implemented. You have the Great Depression, which was manufactured. Out of that, you have the New Deal. We were talking about the racial thing, right? So now you've got society being divided amongst race lines.
You lost me at the Great Depression was a conspiracy. So we're.
Well, I mean, I can't teach you economic history in like a 30-second response.
You probably can't teach me economic history at all.
Okay,
I probably wouldn't say
my word for it. Then, if you trust our institutions, you trust my degree in it. Then
I just don't buy into the whole our government is the Fed.
Do you think that our government? There's no branch of government that can operate without money, right?
So, Jeff, the easiest way to think about this is the federal government cannot write a check that it doesn't have cash for. So, if it wants to write a check, it has to gain those finances from the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is responsible for.
They maintain their own.
Our system of 3 branches and checks and balances. I'm not making.
There is no check and balance on the Fed.
From the Fed regulates the money that's allowed to flow into the government to they are the true ruling branch of government. That's the part I can't follow you on.
Because you can't see it because it's not public information.
Because it's a leap. It's an inference.
It's a recognition of the power mechanisms. How do you...
government. I think I know what he's saying. He's asking you. This sounds like an unfalsifiable claim, and he's just asking you how would you test that? I think that's what he's trying to get to. Like how do you test that?
Most of his claims are unfalsifiable. That's what we fight about.
If you just understand that every entity, including government, needs money to operate.
Mm-hmm.
Where does it come from?
The Federal Reserve.
Intentionally it's supposed to be from taxation. The people. Is where it was supposed to come from. Yeah. But we all know that's bullshit because we're in debt.
Yeah, right. But so in reality, all of the operating money we use right now is borrowed because we're so far behind in debt.
Show me a rule that the Fed show me a law we have to live under today because the Fed.
Okay, but here's the thing, Jeff. The Fed doesn't have to answer to us, so we don't get to know. There's no audit of
what I'm asking for. That would help me to understand. Because the Fed insisted,
I can't give you what you're asking for. I'm trying to explain to you how.
That would be the Fed exercising the power that it allegedly has. So show me where it did that.
I'm tagging in somebody else. I can't do it with you.
You can't show me.
I can't. No, I can try. I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you.
But can you show me an example of what I asked for?
No,
because that's not
further evidence.
You can tap out.
There is nothing to talk about. I think what I might do, because I think my position is probably less hardline than Flo's is. I think that the Federal Reserve is outside because it is outside of that checks and balances systems because it sits outside of the federal government. But
I did a little tiny bit of research into the Fed, and the picture I started to get was not as outside the system of checks and balances as you're saying. There is some. It's not this completely autonomous, all-powerful entity.
No. It's not
some
completely autonomous.
regulation. There's some accountability, and there's some check and balance on it.
Okay,
so
who's checking the Fed's power?
I'm gonna just go and Google their Wikipedia page and see if.
In fact, I've asked it before.
The Federal Reserve is a private corporation who's so it's accountable to its board members. Though that information is not disclosed publicly, we don't even know who.
So it's a lack of transparency that's creating mistrust in you.
It's a lack of transparency, and also an understanding that the Fed has the pinch point on all branches of government equally. It can cut off the federal government anytime it chooses.
Okay, well, when did it show me without consequence? It can just say no, you don't get the money.
Okay, so here's a good one. This is how it kind of controls things.
It's decentralized. There's a board of governors, congressional scrutiny, government accountability office, public disclosure, statutory mandate, limited lending, no fiscal policy role, market forces, and judicial review. This is all the list of checks and balances that the AI gave me when I asked it.
Sorry, I zoned out.
Yet they still influence interest rates.
Okay, influence is not omnipotence. Like Fro is framing like this omnipotence.
No, that's it. Yeah, actually, it's
structure of our government.
It's more than interest.
All these three branches beneath it are beholden to and powerless against. That is not what I think of when I hear the word influence.
Well, it is worth noting. It's not that they influence.
I ask you to give me an example of influence.
Yeah, it's not that they influence. They set the interest rates, Jeff.
Well, here, let me see if I can clarify this. So the federal government does not set interest rates. The Federal Reserve does, and the federal government has no way of checking and balancing that.
Well, they just gave me that big lid. The AI just gave me that. It's like 10 items of ways that the Federal Reserve can be influenced.
Can be. What were they? I mean, first of all, you're asking AI, so I got to keep talking.
It's decentralized. It's not a single entity. It's a network of 12 regional Federal Reserve banks. So it's decentralized.
They're branches of the same entity.
It has a board of governors. Wait, you asked, so let me get through the list. It has a board of governors appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate. Okay, that's the structure. Then there's oversight and accountability. There's congressional scrutiny. Congress can request information, hold hearings, and even audit the Fed. There's a government accountability office, which is
okay. Do you want me? I can't remember all these. So if you want me to address any of them, we got to go one at a time.
There's public disclosure. The Fed publishes detailed reports. There's your transparency on its activities, financial statements, etc. And there's another category: limitations on its power. The Fed's powers and goals are clearly defined in laws like the Federal Reserve Act, limiting its scopes of action. The Fed cannot directly impact government spending or taxation, a key separation from direct fiscal influence. And there's limited lending. The Fed cannot lend directly to individuals or businesses, restricting its ability to favor specific entities. And there's additional checks. One is market forces. The financial markets react to the Fed's decisions, potentially constraining its actions. And there's judicial review. Courts can review the Fed's actions for legality and adherence to its mandate.
So the federal government is a customer of the Federal Reserve.
The sole customer, for what it's worth.
You know what I just read, and that provides enough trust for me, at least, to not have the same anxiety about the Fed and see it the same way you do.
I could explain each one of those to you and how it's just smoke.
You want to do a stream on it one day and just go through it? Not today.
I don't know if I could handle it, but yes, I do.
We could try.
It'd probably be better than in this context where there's 7 people trying to speak on it. But I think I side with Flo on a lot of this because I just have a general distrust of government, and I don't believe that the government has the best interest of the people in mind. I just don't. I believe taxation is theft because if I can't say no, and the reaction is going to be prison, then I'm being forced to do something that I don't want to do, and that is antithetical to a free society. So that's where I come from.
Well, if everybody says no, then the whole system collapses.
Yeah, but everybody's not going to say no. And when
y'all can count on me, reliable citizen here. I'll keep it going. I do not. Taxation to me does not feel like theft. Like I've been robbed before. I've been a victim of theft. Taxation feels nothing like that to me in my mind. So I don't make the same equivalency. Because it's subjective. Like It's a subjective experience of taxation for some
because
people.
they take the top out of your check before you get it.
Like theft. For other people, they experience like you're making a positive contribution to society, etc. So there's a subjective component to all of this that we're never gonna talk or rationalize our way around.
Well, you didn't feel the dick going in your ass because it was already there, is what you're telling me.
But check this out. Like, if the roads were great, the infrastructure was great, the schools were amazing. If we were in the top 5 of all that stuff, right? I might feel the same way, but we're not. We're slipping in every single aspect of society.
Contributing to solutions to that.
No, I'm all about solutions, but like when we're sending money to other countries,
nice roads and nice schools, and the tax structure is working here in the U.S.
It's not working though.
Local communities have a better ability to do what is needed for them than the federal government or even a state government can choose. So if you want better roads,
federal taxation,
throw money in the pot.
That you have an issue with? Is it at the federal level or taxation?
Mine's all federal.
Period.
I think
taxation. Period.
Mandatory income tax. I think that if you have between income tax, which takes the first portion of all the product of your labor, and the war on drugs, which gets first dibs on what you can do to your own body, we have soft slavery. If we can't determine those two things,
maybe those issues that you talked about are just so peripheral to my own life. Like the war on drugs doesn't impact me.
Yeah, I think what we're running into is both Steve and Flo and myself. I agree that taxation is theft. However, I also capitulate that in how our system functions today, taxes are necessary. If we were to do my ideal, which is stop taxing, society would collapse.
The dollar is a temporary function.
We're talking a difference between like you're thinking practical, Jeff, and they're talking about like their like maybe not like core, but like a fundamental belief that like taxation is by necessity theft.
I mean, literally.
I would never expect to live in a society, especially as prosperous a one as this one, and not be expected to contribute to that society. Is taxation mean like y'all don't ever want to have to give up any of your money so society can maintain itself?
What if you didn't want to contribute and you didn't want to take any? If you just wanted to be left alone without
that
society
seems
entirely
entitled, to me.
So here's you say
do you have a problem with sales tax?
Contribute.
Like being expected to never pay tax seems like an unrealistic expectation to live in modern society.
Do you guys have a problem with sales tax?
Yeah, I do because
not as
if
much,
you have income tax and then you have sales tax, then you're getting taxed multiple times. I do not believe that we should be taxed at all fronts. I think that if you're going to tax us, you should tax us either by sales tax or income tax, but not by both, because that's bullshit. Why should I get taxed because I want to go buy something? I want to buy something with the little money that you leave in my account after you take your money. Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Even at the inception of our country, the only thing that our government really supported to be taxed is national defense.
Yeah,
because you have to defend a country. There's no
now they did quickly learn that with the system that they had set up, they couldn't do that. That wasn't a
infrastructure, which means they needed roads. Yeah. You know what I mean? So it kind of went downhill from there. But the point that I'm trying to make here is that you can call it contribution, but if you're not voluntarily doing it, it's theft. Because to contribute something, you have to give something willing. Now, if you're happy with paying taxes, you are consenting to that. That's perfectly fine.
Don't you voluntarily do it every year when you file your taxes and send your tax check?
No.
I am forced by law to do my taxes.
Oh, so you would do it though every year if they didn't compel you, you would voluntarily do it every year. Pay your amount.
I'm not sure that I would.
See,
I'm self-employed.
And does that work the same with
beneficial to? I'm one of the poor.
Like you want no coercion or compulsion about anything.
What do you mean?
Well, it's what's funny is that you'll get in trouble if it turns out that you would have owed taxes, but if they actually owed you money back and you don't file, they're not going to come after you though.
Yeah, they don't pay you back either.
Yeah,
I got
It's
a
theft.
small
I've gotten
refund the other day
money
for an
with interest.
overpayment from the past that just showed up in my account. I didn't even know I had it coming.
Yeah,
I'm still waiting on
I'm
last
thinking
year's
if you
income
don't
tax
file,
return.
if you don't file in a year when you would definitely get money back, there would be no tax that you would owe them. They're not going to audit and come after you and be like, you didn't file and therefore and take your refund. Here's your money. They don't do that.
Something about me is resists and is skeptical of, oh, we would pay our taxes if they just didn't make us pay them. Then we would.
I wouldn't fuck it. I don't want to drop more bombs on brown kids in the Middle East. I don't give a fuck about that. Yeah, no, I wouldn't pay shit.
If you had a system where I got to choose where I paid my taxes, that might be different. But just
then it would just be free economy, right?
It would be freer than what we have now.
Yeah. The issue that I think that my fellow anarchists,
am I the only pro-tax person on the panel?
Take with this issue is the coercion, is the coercive elements. Like
it's no more coercive than having to pay a driver's license fee or some other like registration.
No, actually, no. It is more.
Let me take this one.
Let me take this one. In society and participating in the market.
It's so different, Jeff. When you pay for a license, you get a service, right? You get that card. You're able to drive around. If you know you're supposed to abide by the laws. Now, if you're I understand that. If you're getting your taxed, right, and your money's going off to bomb some kids in the Middle East or bomb a hospital or going off to war, that is a totally different thing. That's not a choice. You get a choice to get a license. You get a choice to get a bank account. These are all choices that we make, but we don't get a choice where the tax dollars go. And you could say we could vote on it, but these assholes, they don't even read the bills that they're passing. If they read the bills that they're passing, I might be on board with it. But these bills, they're 800, 900 pages long, and they have a staff of 1,000 people.
5,000.
And they're not.
So
they're
it
not
seems more
going
like a protest vote. Like you're anti-taxes. You're not happy with the way the system is working, and so you don't want to participate, and not you in particular, MoOse. You actually make the most sense to me so far of anybody on the panel around this issue. But it seemed like we're unhappy with what's being done with the taxes. We don't like where they're going. We don't like the system of how they're double collected and all that. So it's kind of like a protest against the current system, which you're part of. So if the system is not what you want it, help make it what you want it.
Yeah, sure, but I guess that's not the issue that I think is being.
I get a lot from my taxes. Like I get to.
What
live
do you get
America.
from your taxes?
I get to live in this amazing country.
We can talk about that because if we're talking about income taxes, you don't get anything. You're paying your parents' debt from your income taxes.
That's fine.
Is it?
Well, I mean, that's
very.
I never understood. Like, growing up, I never understood how people are so certain their particular like penny is going to this.
Because we know where certain revenue sources go to.
Your taxes go into a big pot, and then the money from that pot is distributed to hundreds.
Because each expenditure has.
You don't know where your individual.
You do though. You don't know, but I do. And I'm telling you,
you see something you don't like, and you have an emotional reaction that says,
Jeff, just because you don't know the thing doesn't mean it's not known. It means you don't know it. I'm telling you that this is known. It is explicitly stated.
Yeah, the government does have a budget. It does track where it spends its money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It tracks the money that it
IRS shows you where all your money goes. Like when they,
the Treasury does.
For the most part, they create the money out of thin air right now anyway, and then tax you based on that invisible like.
Yeah.
Very good. I mean, economics make less sense than magic. They really do.
This is true.
It doesn't seem that nefarious to me. It doesn't seem that.
I didn't say it was nefarious. I said it makes less sense.
It doesn't seem that nonsense to expect citizens to contribute to keep their society running. Like
I'm not saying.
I'm talking about the concept of fiat currency.
Yeah. How much are you comfortable with paying in taxes, Jeff? 25%, 50%, 75%? At what point in time do you start saying no? I don't want to pay this?
I don't know because I haven't got to those points, but that's a different, like the tax rates and brackets and all that is a different issue than I don't agree with. We should pay taxes at all. Like
Well, at
I
some
don't
point
want
you're going to disagree
contribute
with
to
them.
society. That's why I
I don't
say
know
it
if you
seems
will.
more like a protest vote, because if the taxes were managed more satisfactorily, people would not have a problem paying them, but they don't like the way things are running now. And so one of the few sources of empowerment they have for themselves that they can feel is this resentment toward paying taxes.
We
I mean,
have
that's
getting any further to
I
the
don't think
engine
that's
running this thing.
I don't think that's a correct representation of the people on this panel.
we have organized crime that is leeching all of the tax out of government.
Where? Show me.
I can't possibly show you because
Well, look at all.
I've been trying
to. They said that during RussiaGate, like
because you want me to
organized crime
show
was
you
supposedly
government,
poised to take over the
government
entire
examples
globe.
of the things I'm telling you government's doing behind the scenes. You can't use. I don't know. Somebody else. I'm gonna go turn on the car in the garage and exhaust myself.
That you can't convince somebody that paying taxes is not evil.
For example, we know that
society is something bad that should be stigmatized.
We know that, for example, 75% or so of like the amount of money that was allocated for like COVID relief funds like ended up going to fraud and like corporations and.
I'd have to see like that. These are all without number. These are all claims. Anybody could say like make.
But you don't have
the economy gossip channel where people are just throwing out narratives about what could be going on.
No, because you're ignorant doesn't mean we all are.
I gave you the opportunity to educate. I even asked you for very specific examples. You said I can't give you that.
You're wanting examples of the Fed telling the government what to do. Those don't exist because the Fed doesn't have to disclose shit to us.
Well, they do have to disclose some shit to us.
The only claim I'm making, Reddington, is I don't have a problem paying tax. I don't see what the big deal about paying taxes. I'm not making any like really specific dogmatic claim about anything.
No, I also have issues with
I'm just
the way
saying
our
I am a
tax
part
system...
of this society. I value being part of it. I appreciate being part of it. And it's almost an honor to be able to contribute and keep it going.
Oh my God, you're a bigger cup than Chuck is.
Let me take this again. Let me take this again.
I'm not black
down
in
here,
America like everybody is. I think it's the best system on the planet that in human history right now. Like
down here, Jeff, where I'm at, our taxes, bro, down here, you pay $29 a year for a small house, $40 for a medium house, right? For a year of taxes. That's your taxes. The roads down here, they have potholes. They have less potholes in America, though. The police here don't harass us. They don't cause problems with us. They don't beat the shit out of people. They're not, there's no news stories about these people in Mulegé doing that shit. There's a mayor or whatnot. How does this all get done? Without having a bunch of taxes. These people aren't getting taxed up the ass, and their society is working. It may not be like what it is in America, but they also don't have the resources that we do. They don't have a bunch of oil right here. They don't have a bunch of like farmland, that they don't have that huge prosperous area, but they're running. Everything is running fine. Everything is running fluid right now,
but
and they're not getting taxed up the ass.
They are getting some amount of tax.
I also wouldn't say that Mexico is like a premier country that is like running perfect. Like it's definitely better than it has been in the past, but I wouldn't like say that everything there is perfect.
No, it's not perfect, but they're not getting taxed to the point where people are going homeless. Like
I'm not getting taxed to that point here in America. In fact, the only people I know even complain about that are the really wealthy people that feel like they're getting overtaxed.
Okay, so here's my position then, Jeff, if you will. Maybe my position will be lighter and it'll make you less frustrated. So I have issues with the way that our tax system works today. I think that there's a way that it could work that would be better, that would help benefit more people than it hurts. However, even if we were to do that, even if we were to like do all these potential fixes that are like all achievable in my head, I would still think that taxation is theft, because that's like a philosophical like belief of like what taxation is, what coercion is, how that works. That's why I think taxation is theft.
I guess
Like,
I just don't have that philosophical
improving. Well, yes, I'm aware. I've tried to give the explanation of the guy with the wallet and like, hey, that's coercion.
You know, it's okay for some people to not experience taxation negatively, and it's okay for you to think that there's no amount of taxation that I'm ever going to think is good for humanity. It's okay for us to feel differently about this issue. I'm just saying it does feel like more of a subjective experience, or what I would call a feeling, than anything objective we can argue about usefully.
It is. I'll give you another example that's recent for me. So I just sold my hotel, right? For the past 4 years, I've been paying taxes. I've been paying 10% occupancy tax, and then I pay other taxes for the hotel, right? When I sold the hotel, I have to pay a lot of money because I built something up, and I gave it so much value from what I put in and my wife put in. Why does the government feel that that I owe them this? Why do I owe you something for succeeding? I paid my tax the whole way. I paid my share the whole way.
Jeff, like, it's almost like
wait,
a logic.
Hang on. There's a lot of things going on at once right now, including somebody trying to come on from backstage. But MoOse, the example you just gave made complete sense to me. I understood it. I relate to it. I understand. Like I would not want to, like, if I built all this up and I had to suddenly give all this amount of money, it would feel like a punishment instead of a reward for doing something constructive. Denizen, I don't know who you are, so can you cam up in the back so we can at least see that you're a real person?
I know who Denizen is. I can vouch for him for sure. Yeah, he's cool.
All right, MoOse is vouched for you, so I'm taking this risk.
So Jeff,
welcome.
Thanks, MoOse. What's up, fellas? Sorry.
What's up? The thing that I think Flo and I and even Lib are trying to get across here is that when you are forced to do something, it no longer becomes you lose the choice.
For some people,
right? So hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
So the thing is like, maybe I want to spend more money in my local community. I can't do that because I have no choice in how that tax money is spent. So at every single level we talk about taxation, we're talking about my inability to consent where that money goes. So if you're happy paying your taxes, that's fine. You are consenting to that. That's the whole point, is you get to consent to that. What if I don't? That's the question we're posing, is that if I don't consent to that, it is by definition theft. That's where we're coming from.
But I consent because I see the larger value.
That's not the point.
Society
that is
we
not
have.
the point. That's not the point.
It's the point in the sense that
you might like the plantation, but
some
you
people
have
are
to work
consenting, and
don't.
some people are not. I think it's important to look at the reasons for that. And I think one of the largest reasons to me seems to be the value they seem to see or get out of society.
You're born onto a plantation that you have to work for.
Okay,
you
this is
cannot
a plantation.
Out of
this
it.
is like Club Med, Palais Royale, spa level plantation. Like,
Jeff,
I have never had a more enjoyable time living on a plantation.
I feel like
your experiences of the U.S. is different.
I feel like you didn't listen to me when I said what I said, because like I said that I think that our tax system could be better, and I would be. But even if all of the achievable things that we could do to improve our tax system were done, at the end of that, I would still think taxation is theft, because I think taxation is theft not because of some ideological thing, but because of like literally logic 101 shit.
No, I think it's an emotional reason, not a logical reason. And I think that's part of the disconnect. And Flo and Steve are getting frustrated because I'm not feeling the same emotion as you. And you're not able to rationalize.
You're not engaging logic. You're not engaging your logic with it at all.
I don't feel.
It's because you're not identifying the argument. You're not giving credit to the argument itself. That's what I'm frustrated about.
Here's another one for you guys. This is totally similar but different. My neighbor, right, at the other hotel, they took the PPP, right? And the PPP was supposed to help people.
What is
it was a loan from the government.
Paycheck protection program.
Oh, okay.
It was to help, pay your employees during this whole COOF thing, right? And my neighbor took that, and we were open the whole time, the whole season. The neighbor took the money, sold their hotel, still had the money. They double dipped, and I'm the one who has to pay for it. I'm the one working. You know, you guys are the one working, and you're paying for people to get money from the government. That's the kind of shit that bothers me. It's like, what, you know, if you're using it in the right sense, I understand, and your business is still operating, you're paying your employees, you're taking care of what is supposed to be taken care of. But there's too much of this crap where things they're not what they seem, you know. And now they have 30,000 IRS employees that are going to go after all these people. And so it's like you're double dipping again because we pay the IRS employees to go get those people. So it's so frustrating. Yeah, and then the prisons, that's triple dipping.
So I guess one of the important things would be, Jeff, do you believe that taxation is coercive?
No. No more coercive than any other like price we pay for living in society.
Yeah, no. That's not
in traffic laws and
I agree.
But all those things could be coercive.
There's a certain amount of coercion
things,
that you have to tolerate to, like, that's kind of the price of entry for getting to participate in a society.
Then you understand that taxation is theft.
And the ratio of coercion to benefit that I get from the society is like it's
no. That's a separate argument though. I'm just talking about the argument taxation is theft is because taxation is coerced. Like most other things in society today, they are coercive. I'm not fighting you on that. I'm agreeing with you.
So, you think you're getting a good 40% of your labor out of the society?
No, I'm saying that society. There are certain rules within society that are coercive. I mean,
Jeff says he feels like he's getting a good deal for his money. I'm curious.
That's a separate conversation.
Not that I would definitely argue with it. I'm just curious. Do you really feel like you're getting your 40%?
It's also
your tax money. Like it's really you're getting your bang for your buck from Uncle Sam.
I am, yeah. Lately, yeah.
All right.
I've been in a very low tax rate.
So would it bother you if Uncle Sam was getting ripped off, since you love Uncle Sam?
Yes, it would, because I consider myself part of Uncle Sam.
Okay, because
like, I am part of the United States. So if the United States is getting ripped off, yes.
So when the Federal Reserve raises interest rates, Uncle Sam has to all of a sudden pay a whole lot more interest. So is it fair for Uncle Sam to be in a situation where the only place they can get money is by borrowing from the Fed?
Do you want to save
the
this?
Fed can tell them at any time, oh, you owe more now.
Well, the problem is the Fed is a part of this wacky made-up system that we have. Like we could remove the Fed,
we gotta make the Fed the bad guy and Uncle Sam the good guy. So
who's the good guy?
Work with me and stop imagining confusion.
I missed that. The Fed's the bad guy.
Uncle Sam is being picked on by those international bankers.
I got you.
Oh God, don't use that word. Don't use that phrase, please, dear God. I get enough of it from
I'm
Jack.
talking to a dude who loves income tax, man.
Yeah, dude. I was just thinking, like, I don't know the last time I met like a real nationalist.
Almost every day of the year, I don't think about it. But when it is time to file tax and pay tax, I'm like, oh, good, I get to contribute to keep society running. How nice.
That's crazy. I mean, not that you're crazy, just that's unusual. I don't come across a lot of people who feel that way about it.
I wish that society wasn't being taken advantage of by the Federal Reserve and its abusive.
Well, but that's a story you have going in your head that I don't have in my head.
No, it's not in my head.
We're going to do an entire stream on that. We're going to try to get through some of those.
I'm trying to figure out what fairy tale I can wrap around this real construct that I need some sugar for the medicine.
What is your motivation?
What is the sugar you need?
Why
is
do
it
you want
Baphomet? Does it need boobs and horns?
Why do you want me to think your way about taxes?
Because your refusal to engage with reality and logic just makes me want to.
You think I'm not engaged with the reality, and I think you're engaged with a narrative.
I think you're indifferent to reality.
But why does that matter? Like everyone's engaged with their own narrative.
I don't know. It's just a pet peeve. The same reason that I don't like sharing my drink with other people. Get your own fucking drink and engage with reality.
It's the fact that you're not acknowledging the logic and the reason behind the argument, which is why we think that taxation is theft.
Because part of it is I don't see this as we've separated the philosophical objections.
Well, no, he does agree.
And I don't see this as a philosophical argument. I see this as emotion based or
taxation.
It's definitely philosophical.
As far as taxation is theft, yes.
Yeah,
and you even agreed actually that taxation
slavery.
is.
I don't know how you can argue against it.
First of all,
it's just logically true, even if you like taxes.
That's not taxation is not objectively theft.
It is.
It is. I mean, I would. If it isn't, I would love for you to explain to me how it is, and I'm curious.
If
AF.
you're not allowed to not give somebody money, or they will hurt you, that is theft. Whether or not
I think maybe you're one, like maybe theft isn't always wrong, bad, or maybe that's where you're going with it. But to say it's not theft at all, I don't see how you get there.
I don't experience it. There's nothing about paying taxes to me that feels like theft, looks like theft, that I would assume.
Okay, but those are the emotional arguments.
They're the ones that's making the equivalency between taxation and theft.
Jeff. Yeah. Well, what's stealing? What's your definition of theft?
Well, let's look it up. I'm willing to go off of the dictionary.
All right, and while you're looking it up, I just want to say by the threat of force, violence, or imprisonment.
Is lawful. The unlawful taking of the property of another.
Sorry, then.
So
taxation
now
is stealing. There we go. Fixed it.
Yeah, right. And I was going to kind of get there too to see if he really agrees with that. So in other words, to you, it's not theft because it's lawful.
In terms like theft and stealing, which would not apply to something like taxation, which is encoded.
Stealing doesn't mean law. The law isn't taken into consideration if it's stealing.
You lost me there already.
But I would ask you though, is that genuinely what you believe? That so long as a law is passed, therefore it is not
conflate the law with morality.
I think a
law should not be conflated.
A law makes something legal. So if there's laws allowing taxation, then taxation is legal.
Yes.
So it's not murder if the law says that. Well,
the state has the monopoly on murder for reasons.
Yes.
So there's
but morally, what's stealing to you? Since that's not based on law.
Well, that's what we were getting into earlier with the philosophical versus the emotion-based. Like, is it a moral issue against taxation? Because it can be a legal one.
No, it's a moral issue.
I have a different set of moral foundations, obviously, than the rest of you, but that's nothing. It's not my failure to understand logic. It's not my inability to grasp the philosophical principles. We have different moral foundations.
So let's then help us understand your moral parameters.
So I don't understand
Jeff asked
why
earlier
it can't be okay for me to have the moral foundations I have and you to have the ones you have. I don't understand what the purpose of trying to argue me out of my moral foundations are.
I'm just curious.
I'm not trying to argue me out of being gay or being a snake.
At this point, I'm not trying to argue out of it. I'm trying to get you to understand.
Flo were expressing frustration with, like.
Well, part of it was because. Well, you were refusing to engage with it at a philosophical level, and only saying, "Oh, the people just think this because they have emotional."
I thought that we were separating out the philosophical and ruling it out as the reason for the objection. So,
Jeff, what are your moral parameters? When does government overreach for Jeff?
I think it might have overreached a little bit during COVID, and not so much government, but there were no actual vaccine mandates, but the employers that mandated it, and then the government would not back up the employees.
Well, I think he's not asking for examples. I think he's asking for a very specific point in time where you say, okay, this is too far. Like what is the criteria for that?
That would be an example, though. Either a hypothetical.
That's an instance of when you think government overreach. But I'm like, so for me, like I said, non-voluntary exchanges, right? That's a good guide rail for my moral parameters. Do you have anything like that?
From the government?
Yes.
I could give examples, but you said you don't want examples.
Do you think that the government has the right to? Is there anything that the government doesn't have the right to tell the people? Is there anything that the government doesn't have the right to get involved with over the people's decisions?
Well, that's spelled out in the Constitution. The powers that the federal government has and doesn't have, and which
I'm asking about your beliefs.
Yeah. Is your belief just what is written down in the Constitution and no more, no less?
It's not a belief; it's a reality that I live under. So I accept that as.
No, I'm aware, but Yes, but is there any issues you find with the Constitution? Do you think there should be more or less? It's
like
literally only things that are written
our
in the
free
Constitution.
speech. I like our 2A. I like our Constitution.
Yeah, but
when I talk about my reverence for America, the Constitution is part of that. Like that's one of the foundational reasons that I have the feelings about America that I do. Is
I
that
agree
we
with
were
you,
able to
Jeff.
create a document like the Constitution.
Yes, I agree with you. I actually agree with you very much. I very much like the Constitution. That does not mean,
the
though, that I think
example I
our
was gonna
Constitution is
give,
perfect and
Lib,
that there
you're
aren't
gonna
changes I would make to it.
Lib, you'll appreciate this example. Seattle, years ago, they passed the plastic bag law, and it was by referendum, so it was like grassroots. It wasn't top down. And you can't, the grocery stores can't use plastic bag, like they can't use, what is it, paper bags or some plastic bags anymore.
They have to
and
use
you
paper
have
bags.
to pay a nickel for each bag now at the grocery store when you shop, or you have to bring your own bag from home to shop. That was, to me, over, like that was, and they passed another law where you had to compost, and if you put food in the garbage can, they could go through your garbage and write you a ticket for having food in your garbage. You had to put it in this separate container for composting, or you could get fined. I thought that was overreach.
Why do you think? Why are they overreach?
Very local government, what I considered overreach.
Why?
But because
it
was done through the political process, I accepted the results of it. Because that's also the price. The social contract is the price you pay for participating in society. So if you're going to play
any of
this
us disagree
game,
with the social contract, Jeff.
you agree to play by the rules of the game.
How do I get out of the contract?
I don't. You move to another country.
The problem is, Flo, you don't get out of
country that I love as much as this I want to move to.
That's the problem with the social contract.
He doesn't
actually. I was never.
I mean, just moving isn't enough technically. I don't want to be that guy, but you still got to pay taxes if you live in another country.
Part of me at a very early age kind of took America on its turn, like kind of met it where it was very early and said, okay, this is the game, how the game board's laid out right now. These are the compromises I'm going to make with it. I'm going to play it from this point forward.
So then what do you do if at that point, right? Let's say you're at that point and you're like, holy shit, this is fucking slavery with extra steps. I hate this. This is a goddamn plantation. Oh my God, that guy's lying to me. That guy got his hand in my pocket. That one's lying to me. This one's selling children over here. Holy shit, they're taking my money and paying for it. If you're that person, then what do? Move to Mexico?
No, you come on these panels. I haven't gotten to that point. That's
why. All right, well, I'm being stolen from while I'm on the panel. Is all I am
fascinated by someone like Flo that has got to that point, because I have not yet.
And please don't yell. We can hear you.
Me?
Well,
no, I'm a loud person.
Run my panel.
Well, I don't think he's yelling. I think Denizen's mic is just extra hot.
Who's this?
Oh, I can turn it down. My bad.
Denizen's volume is up.
Is that better?
Much better. Thank you. So just for clarification, Jeff, from your example, I'm going to try and steal many as best as I can to try and help express the point that we're trying to get across. So the point at which you no longer were able to have a choice in plastic or paper, or the fact that you were forced to recycle or compost.
And by the way, I just ignored it. I threw my food in the garbage anyway.
Okay, so we'll get to that in a second. So your act of rebellion against a system that you did not agree with is almost mirroring our position with taxation. Yeah, you can argue that a lot of things come from taxation. That is great, that is perfect, that is fine. That's what it's supposed to be there for. Our argument is basically, on the whole, if you cannot consent to it, if you cannot say, I will not do this anymore, and the reaction from the federal government is to imprison you, is to take away your life, your liberty, or your pursuit of happiness, then we have a fundamental philosophical and emotional problem here. You are taking something from me, which I don't feel you should be able to take from me. And on top of that, you are punishing me for that. So your act of rebellion is exactly the same act of rebellion that we are expressing with taxes, because it's something that we don't necessarily agree to. Does that make sense?
I think if there is a philosophical rejection, it's the one you said two things. You said, I don't think it's fair for you to take from me, or something like that, and you're punishing me on top of that. So the first one, the first part of that, the first statement.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't not think that it's fair for the government to. I don't think it's unreasonable to expect to be taxed in a modern civilized society.
Okay, I'm perfectly happy supporting your belief on that.
Don't think the government should be able to require anything financial of them, and there are people that think it is reasonable to expect some sort of financial contribution from its citizens. So I think if there is a philosophical difference between us, it's there.
What other examples can you think of that would be acceptable to force a society to do just purely for the benefit of others?
We have that all kind. We have the course like if you get sued and you owe someone, we have methods of collecting that too. So anytime you owe a debt to society, we have means to collect it. Taxation is just one form of those.
I actually can give a good example, like a very clean example, which is the enforcement of the laws against murder. Would be an example of that is definitely infringing on the rights of people. But I think it's one that societies have collectively agreed that it is a freedom worth violating, because it makes society as a whole.
Right.
It's actually in service of.
Yeah, and I guess I see taxation as something similar. It's one of those things that society agrees on.
It's perfectly analogous, in fact.
And it's weird to me that somebody would think would expect a society, but not a means for that society to maintain itself.
Well, it's even in the Constitution. You know, we have to consent to being ruled, right? Even that very simple concept.
Yeah, but you kind of do that when you're born. Like you don't take every infant. Like,
See,
you were born in this country. Do you agree?
That's not a. I don't think.
What if I change my mind?
That's not consent.
That's not. Yeah.
What if I change my mind shortly after birth? Then
existence is not like an excuse for somebody to abuse you, or to coerce you.
Just because you have a butthole doesn't mean you consent to
as abuse. So if we're going to talk about systems of abuse, we're going to have to pick a different topic than.
Well, what happens if you don't pay taxes?
It's like the black and blue dress. We are seeing this so opposite. I don't have the same negative emotions.
But what happens if you don't pay taxes?
The rest of you do. So I don't know how.
I think that the confusing thing here is that Jeff.
I don't have the same story about it that the rest of
you. I think it's confusing to us that you don't have.
I don't have a problem with society asking me for money to keep it going.
But what happens if you don't pay taxes?
Very reasonable that would happen in a modern society like ours. Like
no, I'm not disagreeing that it's reasonable. I'm not disagreeing.
An interesting question.
I'm not disagreeing with that it's reasonable. I'm trying to get you to understand why what we're talking about is a like a philosophical issue, not an emotional one. But you keep jumping back and saying that it's an emotional issue.
Why there's nothing that stops it from being all of that. There's nothing that stops it from being moral foundations, subjective emotion based, philosophically based. It can be all of that.
Yes, but you're saying it's emotion based.
I
think that
I don't know why
Steve and I were getting somewhere with his example of thinking it's fair to be asked to pay taxes in the first place.
So you're not being asked, though.
Difference between Steve and I right there. I don't think it's.
I think it's fair to ask. We're not being asked.
For me, it's just surprising.
It's at gunpoint. They take the taxes, or you go in a cage and lose everything you own, or you can choose to live under a bridge and maybe die from dysentery.
It's the
like it's not. Nobody's asking. If they were asking, I might. I would check off some of the things that I want to pay for, like school lunches and schools and roads. And then when they ask me for the other shit, I wouldn't put it in the envelope. If they were asking, they're not asking. It's give me 40% of your income. Half the time you work goes to supporting the government. And if you don't agree with that, you can go sit in a cage.
It's more like 50%.
If they consent to that.
Right. So
that's not how laws work.
That's it. Of course not. So I don't know why you called it asking. And my question is, what happens if you don't pay?
Okay, but here's we've been over this for like hours, though. What you just
you're not making any progress, by the way.
Here for me.
What's the answer?
You say is hearing you say that basically what I'm hearing is that you don't value yourself as the as in charge of yourself as much as you value the government. It sounds like a self-devaluation.
That's some kind of noise in the signal that you're pulling out. I don't know.
No, what it's sounding like to me, because we did get somewhere, I think, Jeff, about the coercion element, because I think you just take issue
laws
with it
are
being,
not if you experience laws and coercive, that's you. That's your
it's not about experiencing, it's about what it is.
reaction to law. But laws are not going anywhere. They existed before you were born. You live
Laws
in
go places all the time. They come and go.
That's not what
your
I'm.
children and grandchildren are going to live
See,
under
this is what I'm talking about, Jeff. Like, you just go off on these rants instead of sticking on the topic.
I've got to go. I got to go. I got to.
Hey, drop me your link again. I missed it the last time.
If you're not happy with my conversation, don't come on my stream. I don't know what you're objecting to. I'm not having any different conversation than I normally have.
It's not a problem with your conversation.
So
like, it's
my
literally just a
conversation's
problem with
not
this
the form you would like it
conversation.
to take, I don't know what I can do about that.
No. It's. I think, okay, you agree that it's coercive. You just don't think all coercion is bad,
It's
that's
coercion in the sense that laws are coercive. It's not any kind of special coercion that no other law doesn't also have attached to it.
I'm not making the statement that it's a special kind of coercion. I think it is coercive in the same way that those other laws are coercive.
So then
and
the
that's what
argument
I'm
becomes, man, laws are coercive, man. They suck. They're coercive. Law is coercive.
Yes.
That's the philosophical discussion.
I am an anarchist. Yes.
Like,
why doesn't it make you mad when people think they can tell you what to do?
It does. I don't view laws as someone telling me what to do.
Why don't you view them that way? That's literally what it is.
It's literally what it is.
It's not. They're de-individualized, so it's not a person.
So yes, you're right. It is a person, but it is
it's even worse.
They're impersonal, so the personal element's taken out of it. So it's hard for me to see it as a person telling me what to do.
Sure, it's an
worse
institution telling you what to do
than a person.
Like the board game, like the board game. We're playing this board game called America. Here's the rule book. Here's the rule book for it.
Do you ever break the law? Have you ever broken the law?
Oh yeah. Oh god, yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been arrested or punished for it?
No, I've gotten a traffic ticket.
Okay, so do you think you might feel differently if you were arrested and punished for it?
It's possible I might. I've had this conversation with Flo before. I have not had the experience with the system that he has, and if I had,
I can't say
I might have different thoughts on it.
Yeah, I can't say I disagree with you. I mean, I can relate to that too. In areas where I have not been, where it doesn't affect me, I don't really give a fuck, But when a guy comes to your house and, takes your shit,
I've had cops come to the house. My mom
puts you in a car
all the time to get me thrown out of the house.
Takes you to a brick building and puts you in a little, whatever by whatever, and doesn't let you out for a few days. It makes you feel some type of way.
I could get arrested tomorrow.
If you think principally that the thing that you're being put in that space for is morally unjust, that makes you feel even kind of more,
But I
whatever
separate the legal
about
from the
it.
moral.
You know what I'm
and
saying?
Emotions are more attached to the moral for me. But I could get arrested tomorrow and have a very negative and come on this panel the next day and be right there with you. Man, the system sucks. I see it now. I see it so clearly. Y'all are right. But that has not happened to me yet.
Hey, Jeff.
I'm not saying it won't, but it could.
I gotta go. Thanks for having me up.
Later, Flo.
And Jeff, you're crazy, but salutes to you for having the stamina to
It's nice talking to you.
in your wonky square.
Well, that was just the
Flo,
appetizer
before you leave, I noticed you never brought up the MIC while you were talking about the Fed, military industrial complex.
Oh,
that's not.
Yeah,
I don't.
I mean, it is important, but it's such a big topic that it just.
The Fed, Big Pharma,
the Fed is
all those
the
assholes.
Fed, all these industries though are.
I don't have an issue with any of those things.
I don't think that the Fed is unique amongst those industries. Those are all big industries that poach off of taxes.
Well,
but,
catch our conversation with me and Flo later.
Hey, can you tell us who the special guest is?
I'll tell you. Yeah, tomorrow.
You're an asshole.
Hey, Flo. It was good talking to you again, and genuinely, I definitely want at some point you to give me your spiel on the Fed, because I want to hear it from someone who I like and respect. I've heard it from people who I don't, and they sound crazy, and it's not convinced me, and I genuinely want to hear it. I want to hear it. I like or respect you.
Appreciate it. I'm
anarchist to anarchist.
I can't imagine that I'm streaming tonight, but I was kind of thinking about it earlier. I don't know if you'll be around tonight, but you might check and see if you see something scheduled a little later.
I'll check a little later and see.
And if there is, then I'd be happy to have you up, first for sure, and we can do that.
Yeah.
Anyways, good talking to you guys.
Yeah, great conversation as usual. Thanks, Phil.
Yeah.
Well, I
iPhi,
guess we can wrap up. Does anybody want to?
I did want to say, iPhi, I know you hate me, but that image you have right there is the exact image that I use for my like personal Discord server, for the one that I like just have like keep all my stuff in, just because I think that most accurately describes my mood all the time.
Yep, that's
And
what
as a
it's there
Satanist,
for.
I like it too. I think it's cute.
It's very cute.
I don't hate you, by the way, Lib. I hate your ideals. I'm sure you're a nice fella, but anyways,
I'm not. I'm kind of an asshole, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
that's fine. Then I'll hate you. So Jeff, I think the disconnect in this particular session was most of the people in the room don't understand your perspective, that you don't feel oppressed or you don't feel like you're being cheated or used or manipulated in your government, and you're more than happy to pay your taxes and just mind your own business. And so what they weren't properly communicating with you is that from their point of view, they feel like it's not even fair from the get-go. Like they don't think they are represented in their taxes, and you do think you are. And so that's
I know I'm
main
not.
difference. I know Denizen. I'm just saying, like, that's the disconnect that no one in the room was picking up. So
well,
I figured it out young too. It was maybe like 6, 7 years old. It was pretty obvious.
Also, Jeff, I've never been in prison, but I don't want to wait until I go to prison to be upset with this government. So I'll pass on that theory. So
I'll wait and be upset when I have a reason to, instead of catastrophizing.
Anywho, I was disappointed.
Oh man, I've been through a lot of shit in my life because of all the money I've had to pay in taxes. It hurt me when I was first, trying to make a living out on my own.
Yeah, I hate having to pay taxes as a contractor.
And that's just where we can begin, where the government has literally hurt me, harmed me. I've been harmed by this government plenty of ways.
Well, yeah, I would like to talk about that one day. Did you have a business? Was it like trying to start a business or something?
I've started a few businesses. My first business was probably long enough ago where the taxes probably weren't the biggest problem. It was employment is where taxes where they really hammer you.
Like
not owning
you as an employee.
Yeah. When I was the employee myself and not the employer.
It's even worse when you're the employer. So get ready to bend over when you go down that road.
Oh yeah, being a business person is like fucked in America right now.
I contracted with trusted coworkers, people I had a professional experience with, but I never became an employer. My company was never large enough, and that was never like legally or tax wise what I did. I can imagine that's generally the largest expense in any business in America is the employees.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why big companies try desperately to cut their labor costs as much as possible, because it's really the only cost they can actively control on like a day-to-day basis.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, exploit too. I know Jeff doesn't like when I use that word because I use it in the Marxist sense. Like
I've never. Wait, what are you talking? When did I say that?
I like one of the first streams that I talked about like Marxism, because in Marxism any exploitation.
I said I don't feel exploited. It wasn't the word.
I know.
Yeah. The concept that work was exploitation. But I've never told you not
employment, not work itself, but like employment in a capitalist system. There can't be any capitalism can't exist. Even if you like capitalism and think it's good, you have to agree that it can't exist without the exploitation of labor, right? It's based on.
Hey, that's like your opinion, man.
And I mean that's fine. I'm using the term exploitation in a neutral.
Who said that?
It is exclusively
iPhi.
Like just
YT?
describing.
Yeah.
iPhi, yeah.
Nice.
iPhi.
iPhi, sorry.
You can have good capitalism, but I agree. America's capitalism is fucked, and that's why everybody hates it so much.
Yeah, sure, you can have good capitalism, but that doesn't mean that, like, under capitalism inherently, you
we're
have
all sitting here talking on computers and internet that was made possible through capitalism.
And everything's fine.
Yeah, that's a non sequitur, but that's fine.
Well, if you're using capitalism right now, that's what.
Yeah, what else are you supposed to do?
I'm criticizing capitalism.
From within capitalism?
Actually,
what else are you supposed to do in America?
Jeff,
There's no other choices. They don't allow competition here.
Yeah, Jeff,
actually, Jeff, I'm using socialism, so the government's taking at least 50% of my money.
Actually, Jeff, do you believe that people in the Enlightenment were they, you know, would you level the same the same argument at them for railing against monarchy? They lived under monarchies mostly.
What argument did they use?
A whole host of them. I'm talking about like the Enlightenment thinkers. I mean, those are like
not today, but give me a particular argument and we can go over it next time.
Well, I know I'm saying like the argument that you're making could have been leveled at the Enlightenment thinkers by people who were pro-monarchist because they lived under monarchies. Yeah, but they lived under monarchies, but were criticizing the system of monarchism, like monarchy.
But Lib,
while living under it.
But Lib, how else are we going to pay for the roads? Just pay your tax like a good citizen and shut up.
Yeah, I don't know. I never.
No, I'm asking you to think about like why you made why that argument holds any water for you, because it seems like it's a nothing argument because it could have also been leveled at people who you agree with. I presume you agree with most of the Enlightenment thinkers, at least with most of the liberal ones.
So you're making an analogy between anti-monarchism and anti-capitalism, like
yes, I'm saying the arguments. I'm saying the
authoritarian structures and rebelling against them.
I think you presume too much, Lib.
Yes, I think the argument that you were using could have and was actually used against anti-monarchists several hundred years ago.
Anyone criticizing their own system is criticizing from within their own system. It's a circular argument, and it doesn't undermine the basis of that criticism.
Yes. Those arguments were made against Marx when he criticized capitalism initially.
It's additional context for the arguments, which is why I was putting it out there.
But it's the context is moot because it's like, yeah, no shit, I live under capitalism.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not moot. You can get a different critique of capitalism from outside of it than you can within it. So I was pointing out this is a critique that comes from within it.
All critiques of capitalism now come from within it. Capitalism is like basically global.
Yeah, it's the system on the planet.
I'm sure there are some.
North Korea doesn't have any capitalism.
It is nonetheless beholden to the effects of the rest of the world, which is capitalist. Even places like Vietnam, which is allegedly like super whatever socialist, like they've had to capitulate to like the IMF and stuff like that to have access to international markets.
They used to
communists.
They used to be socialist, but they got better.
I don't have the.
What are they? The Chinese Communist Party? Is that what the CCP calls itself?
It's like arguing about your favorite flavor of ice cream. I'm not. You have yours. I have mine.
Yeah.
Rationality, like speech and debate, is not going to change my feelings about capitalism, and I'm not going to change yours. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to understand them, but I don't know why we keep trying to have conversations that are not going to change anything.
Hey Jeff,
I don't dislike capitalism. I don't have a negative experience of it.
Oh yeah,
I'm aware of this, Jeff. I'm not.
And having abstract conversations is not going to give me enough of that visceral negative experience that it would take to move me on this issue.
They were using examples of the country you live in, so that's not abstract.
Yeah, but
I think he did explain.
None of them achieved the effect they were trying to achieve. None of them.
I know
what he says makes sense, though. He's never been fucked over by the system.
I don't understand.
I also wasn't really talking to you, Jeff. You kind of interjected with your whole thing on us criticizing capitalism, and you made what I think is
I interjected on a panel with an open conversation where anybody can jump in and participate in.
No, I'm aware, but like you.
If you want to have a private conversation on capitalism, but don't come on a panel and then say that I'm interjecting into a conversation that I was not part of.
I'm saying I wasn't like trying to sorry, I apologize. Let me rephrase. I wasn't attempting to convince you with my criticism of capitalism there. You were responding to our criticisms of capitalism, with what I believe
part of
is
it was Flo and Steve, and part of it is because they were typing into the chat how frustrated they were getting with me because I wasn't understanding their point of view.
Oh, were they?
I wasn't understanding why it was so important for them to change my experience on this issue just because they had a different experience than I did. Why they were trying to argue me into their experience.
I don't think so much it was that they were. I mean, okay. I won't speak for them. Just
they're gone now anyway,
yeah,
Jeff. So it doesn't matter. So Jeff, do you feel like you learned anything today from your panel?
I learned some things about people, the people that
like
come
what,
in,
for example,
like what they think about taxes and how they process arguments and information and how they parse issues and.
Why do you think they feel like it's?
And I'll tell you another thing that was even more educational, which you could go back and watch iPhi because you probably enjoy it a lot. The conversation on Chris's stream with Neurojack and Lib, and they were talking about some of the conversations that I've had on this panel.
Yikes!
there were some.
Yeah,
but it was a lot of.
When you were describing your experience of me and the hypothetical conversations I would have, I was watching it and saying, "Where is he getting it?" Like
Hey Jeff.
None of that was remotely what I would do or say at all. And
did you hear my last question I asked you? Jeff.
Asked what? iPhi.
Did you hear my question? That I just asked you.
No, I didn't hear. What was you?
Okay.
What, just ask your question. I don't know if I heard it because I don't know what the question is.
Why do you think they feel like tax is theft? Did you learn that from them?
Something about coercion. They don't like being told what to do.
Something
they're not asked to participate. Like there's a lack of consent or whatever. But that's true.
And hold on. And I don't like being punished. That's all.
And the system is corrupt and does really shitty things with my money.
You know who helped me understand it the most was Moo. The examples he gave were concrete, relatable, very easy to understand. They were practical. I could put myself in his situation as he was describing. I'm like, yeah, I could see why a person would be upset about that. I could see why a person would feel that. They weren't this like abstract, global, fed, lizard person, conspiracy government out to get me thing. They were just very easy to understand human situations.
I just had a very difficult time being able to afford shelter, energy, transportation, food, medicine. Really, really hard time because of all the money the government was taking from me. And then a lot of the people I worked with worked less hours, worked half as hard, but because of the lifestyle they had, I saw my government give them my money. So take the money from me for working and being single and not having a lot, and then redirecting my money to people that I saw like came in after me, left before me, didn't care about the company they were working at. Kind of had a very didn't seem to take personal responsibility for their financial decisions. Like I couldn't even afford a car to get to work. I'm taking the bus at 4 a.m, and I owe money at the end of the year. And the chick that works next to me is driving around in the Cadillac with an iPhone, and she gets $5,000 a month back for nothing. Like she didn't even pay it. It's a credit.
I got good news for you, Denizen. Your money went to a good place. It's called Ukraine and Israel.
Okay, hang on, Denizen. This was.
How did this person get $5,000 a month? I am
a year. Did I say a month? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you said a month. Okay, that's the.
You might have said a month.
They got $5,000 back at the end of the year.
I'm trying to understand. I need to be able to ask a question.
Yeah, sure.
Is this when you were an employer and you were in a really high tax bracket, or how did the government end up getting the amount of money they did?
This was as an employee, and the least money I made, the more it hurt, right? So when I first started, I started a company before I ever had a real legit job, and I also worked for a friend of the family as my first job, and I worked for my mother as my second job. So not counting those, when I was just really out on my own, you're going to be living out under a bridge unless you provide for yourself. I was making, whatever minimum wage is, plus the extra they give you if they don't have to offer you health insurance. So I think at that time it was like $8.50 or $9 an hour.
Own insurance too.
Right. So when I was making $8, $9, $10 an hour, taxes were killing me. Then I started making 33 grand a year, and I could afford my taxes, but I couldn't do anything with my life. I couldn't save. I couldn't improve my lifestyle. I couldn't invest in my own education to make more money. I had no free time. I couldn't spend money on any free time. I could just afford my taxes. Then I started making 80 grand a year. Well, then I didn't. Now the taxes are kind of like I pay another guy to do my taxes for me so that I get more back at the end of the year. Then I made six figures in a month, and taxes became like, who gives a shit, So the more money I make, the easier it gets to pay taxes. Taxes hurt the poor more than anybody else.
I mean, you're not wrong.
That is not a bad point, and I don't necessarily disagree with that.
If I may, Jeff, a really quick, since we all like logic, here's a very simple syllogism. Okay, so it follows this formula: A is B, B is C, therefore A is C. Okay, you're following me so far?
Yeah, I know what a syllogism is.
Okay.
You're educating the viewers.
Okay. I was also educating, I guess, anyone who doesn't know what a syllogism is, I suppose. Taxation is coercive, as we determined. That doesn't mean that you think it's bad.
I didn't determine that. I didn't agree with the premise. I didn't accept the premise.
I thought you did.
Lay out your syllogism.
Sorry, my assumption was that you were like, it's coercive in the same way that all these other things would be coercive, or you said are coercive.
Not at all.
So you don't think that any of this is
no more or less than any other law. Like there's nothing special about taxation.
I'm not wondering about whether or not it's special.
Any law that you would have to abide by in a society. If you want to call it coercion, you can.
Yeah.
But it's beside the point.
Why is that beside the point?
Because it's a law. Like your argument is against having to live under laws you don't like.
To be coerced to do things is to be coerced to do things.
Laws that don't work for you, that you don't like.
Yeah.
So it becomes a larger philosophical discussion about the role and rule of law in an individual's life. And
I think it goes further.
Becomes just one instance or example of law.
I think it goes further than
that. I don't agree that taxation is coercion, other than laws are compulsory just by the nature of being a law.
Say that last part again.
The conversation from taxation specifically to just law in general.
Repeat that last part again. You said you don't think, and I couldn't hear you.
I don't believe taxation is coercion, other than in the sense that all law is compulsory. Like just by virtue of being a law, it's compulsory.
So you would admit that by definition, then it's coercion. It's just it's okay.
You know what? I was trying to wrap up the stream. I'm not spending another 2 hours on is tax coercion or not, because A, it's semantics. B, I've already answered it 3 or 4 times, and I've explained myself given its status as law. Lib was setting up a syllogism, and he said, is taxation coercion? He said, we all agree. And I said, no, I don't agree on that, other than it's a law and all laws are compulsory.
So they use force and coercion.
But they would do that on any law.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not disagreeing with that.
So
we all agree that even though you think taxes are, and whatever the word is, I don't want to put words in your mouth, okay, justified, necessary, whatever that is, you still also agree that it's coercion, though, right?
It's compulsory.
Let me hear the rest.
Mandatory, whatever.
Oh, I mean, it goes pretty follows pretty quickly after that. Coercion is bad, therefore taxation is bad.
Hey, Jason, by the way, good to see you. I know Jason from way back. That's what I'm saying.
Really, what I wanted to do is I wanted to break it.
It becomes less a conversation about taxation and more of a conversation about law, just law in general.
So I more wanted to break out into that first statement and like reiterate and make sure that it was clear. I think I don't know if you
All right, hold
had
on,
said
Lib.
compulsory
Hold that
before.
thought real fast.
Wait, let him.
I just want to say I'm gonna eat a taco for every single one of you guys on panel today. I may not agree with everybody here, but I respect y'all and I like y'all and I hope you have a wonderful day. Peace.
I love you, Moose. I hope you do too. Enjoy your tacos.
Have a good one, Moose.
Tacos.
You didn't use the word. I don't know if you used the word compulsory before and made that distinction, but I think I understand in from your perspective the distinction. I don't agree with it, but it's not just a semantic distinction, though. With the semantic distinction in place, I think I understand the distinction from your perspective a little better.
The syllogism had two premises. One is that it was coercive.
Yes.
And what was the second one? That therefore
that coercion is bad.
Okay, well, I would dispute both premises. I would dispute that coercion is always bad, and I would dispute that taxation is coercion.
I mean, yeah, so if a law against murder, do you consider that a coercive law? I mean, are we coercing people into not murdering? I mean, that's like,
Yeah, that is exactly my point. Like the conversation about taxation being coercive is exactly the one about murder, not requiring people to murder being coercive.
Yes.
Are not wearing your seatbelt.
I'm just saying, but in that case, coercion isn't bad, then, right? I mean, coercion isn't bad if we're coercing people not to murder each other.
There is a certain element, if you want to call it coercion in society, that you're just going to have to compromise with.
And I'm not necessarily. I'm kind of maybe in between.
And
Jeff
this is me speaking as
an
anti-authoritarian Satanist, but also a realist. Like even as an anti-authoritarian, I'm not so idealistic to think that you don't have to compromise and cooperate with your fellow beings, and there's going to be some amount of coercion in that process.
Right. Yes. No, I agree. And in the system that we have, there is coercion, and that is a necessary fact of like life that you have to sort of deal with. But my point, I think, is that the taxation is theft. It isn't about. It's not about that. Like it is at least when I talk about it, it is a utopian statement. What I'm talking about is
utilitarian statement.
No. Utopian, as in like I think it's a philosophical statement about like morals more so than a statement on what should be reality. I mean, I do think that obviously the ideal world would be one in which there was no coercion.
Right.
But that would require everyone to be willing to voluntarily do all the things that are good for everyone in society.
No, I
well,
agree.
if enough people
require people to cooperate on the minimum
in a society where every citizen in it is inspired enough, as I am, to participate in it and keep it going.
Yeah.
Say that again.
That seems to be an ideal as well.
Oh yeah, that's a good response.
I think the first step to that is just having people taking civic responsibility and participating in the system.
I see taxation as part
but fuck this place.
It is part of my civic responsibility, which I am proud to.
I tried to be nice. It's not a good place.
You don't have to.
You
don't have to be nice about it, Denizen. That's the thing. You can participate in the system and be mean as fuck to. That's the beauty of it. We live in America. That's great.
Yeah, shorthand for I tried to believe all the bullshit they shoved down my throat. I put on the flag badge. I showed up to work every day. I paid my taxes, and they told me that meant a certain thing, and then that there was a contract. We supposedly had a contract, but they never, ever live up to their end of the contract. Anytime it comes to me coming to the table being like, but right here in section 7, it says, the government was like, I'm sorry, fuck you, because we can do what we want, and you still have to pay.
I do think our system has in numerous ways abjectly failed people. fail the people that it is meant to serve. Like there's not like an easy way out. There's not even a easy solution. It's do what you can when you can to make it better.
Well, nobody makes it out alive, period, anyway, right? So
I mean, yeah, that's true.
No matter what, none of us are making out of this alive. So
what's the Ian McConnell song? I'm pretty sure that life doesn't have any meaning. And if there's a God, then he doesn't look like me.
I disagree with that. I do think life has meaning, but I think
no. Life has meaning, but
I think it's up to us to provide that, though.
Yes, it's a fully. There's no ultimate like meaning in the capital M meaning. There is the meaning that we give to our lives, and there is something kind of beautiful about that. But I know to some people is somewhat tragic. But I find a kind of beauty in that there is just the meaning. Life is just the meaning that we give it.
It's the only real freedom you have.
That's why I love that song, "People the Reckoning" Part 2. I think that song sums up so much of the way I see the world.
Well, do you actually have choices, Denizen? Do you actually have free will?
No. Not that I can see.
You're a based realist in that you think you're determinist. You're a based determinist.
I don't know if I'm a determinist, but I think that we conflate a projection of our ego into the space where choices occur, and we call that free will. It's a little story we like to tell ourselves.
Yeah.
That we're the river and not the raft.
Oh, I like that analogy. Ooh, I'm going to use that. I'm going to steal that.
I don't know. River and not the raft. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Are you saying? Are you saying? Did you say we are in the river and not the raft, or
no? We fool ourselves into thinking that we are the river and not the raft.
I see.
The raft just goes down the river, right? Like it flows down the river. It can't control where the river goes, but we pretend that we're the river.
Yeah, we got floaties and oars and motors and the whole 9 yards, but just still not that river at the end of the day. It's going where it's going.
Well, do y'all want to wrap up?
Yeah.
Do you have anything?
I came to the wrong panel, man. I was on this other panel all morning. I should have been here. This was seemed like the more interesting and respectful conversation.
We're here every day. We're 7 days a week at the same time.
We're always the most interesting panel on the internet.
That is true.
We're the internet's biggest.
Denizen, do you have a channel or anything you want to promote?
Not at this time. Real quick, I think maybe when I came across your channel, you guys were talking about flat Earth, maybe.
We probably were just mentioning
flat earthers that trickle over from other channels, but most of us are not flat earthers.
I was talking the other day about how I was trying to understand why people feel such a strong need to believe in flat Earth. That's what I was talking about like a couple of days ago. But
because the government lies to them.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
I mean, that's not actually incorrect. I don't think that's even too correct. That's like most conspiracy theories. You find it's like the 9/11 stuff, right? Like you find out that the mainstream story on one thing or another wasn't always not correct or truthful or whatever, and that sends you down a rabbit trail of other things that may or may not be actually true.
You find out that the institutions that are built on trust, the ones that the whole point is that you can trust them, are not just wrong, they're completely, utterly full of shit and lying to you on purpose to steal from you and fuck you over. When you realize that, it messes with some of your foundational beliefs.
I haven't realized that.
Oh, I don't think that. I understand how like people get sucked into conspiracies because actually Chris brought this up about the Obama birth certificate thing. Like there's some times where like government institutions or media institutions will like they'll fuck up or they'll just straight up lie sometimes and for no reason, and that like creates this problem.
Yeah, because I never believed that Obama wasn't born in this country. I believe that the whole time. But then the government, the White House put out that fucking birth certificate PDF that you could download from the website, and if you went into the PDF, if you open up in Photoshop, you could turn off the layers.
But we debunked that already. On
No, we did debunk that. I'm not saying that
No.
that's a good reason, but like the problem is the fact that like they put it out there and that was like a issue. That
it was
Are y'all expecting, is part of the issue that y'all are expecting perfection from a government?
The government deliberately lies objectively. They're not just getting it wrong. They deliberately lie about shit
I think it's unreasonable for that thing to have convinced people. Like the people who got duped by that like specific Obama thing, that's on them. Like that's a problem with like our society.
Well, Hillary created that rumor though.
It's not even a problem. I think it's just a feature of our human brain. Like that's cognition, and
it's a problem
throughout
within our
human
brain.
history. You're going to have different levels of cognition.
Hillary promoted that rumor though. Her campaign came up with that, and they promoted it.
I am not.
So like it is on the people who believe it. That's their gullibility.
I actually don't remember because this was.
But like there's a strong relationship between the people in the government making up, lying about it, and trying to convince people it was true. That's not a coincidence.
Is part of the issue like knowing who to trust and how to know when to trust and not trust, and so much of it seems like impaired trust in these abstract institutions based on whatever you've experienced from certain individuals within those institutions that are representative of them. So it seems like some of it's just a trust issue at root.
But I mean, calling it a trust issue implies that the problem is on the person who's unable to give their trust, not that it's a trust issue caused by repeated lying, manipulation, thievery, murder.
Like for example,
corruption.
Okay, does anyone remember when Benghazi was first a thing? Right, the very
I
first
didn't really
day.
I didn't really keep up with.
You didn't. Okay, well, Hillary Clinton herself, she came out on television and she specifically said that the cause of the Benghazi riot that ended up in the death of this ambassador and stuff was this obscure YouTube video that apparently got played on.
Okay, do you think she did it intentionally to mislead the public for some nefarious purpose? That's the
nefarious.
Kind of,
it was just a kind of.
I'm not saying
just to trust in their competency. You don't think Hillary Clinton is competent enough to be straight with the people?
I think I think it was incompetence on her part, but it was but she was fed that information by the intelligence community.
Because it's almost like people want to believe that they're villains running things. Like there's something. If you give them the option to see it in a more realistic way, they're going to go with the villain option every time because there's just something in them that either feels that damaged. And it must be horrible, evil people that do that kind of damage, or they just want the drama of the excitement of living in this like William Gibson villain cyber like dystopia. But there's something that shifts people to see the world as more villainous than I think it actually is, and to see our
Hillary Clinton is a narcissistic liar and a criminal. Or it's just that simple too, right? And she did lie and she made it up because it was politically advantageous.
Sure, yeah, she was a politician. I mean, she's a particularly disgusting politician, but she's a politician. I don't think she's...
I believe.
I can't force people to trust
she was given
institutions, but they've mostly worked for me, and I'm like one of the biggest anomalies out there, and they've somehow managed to even work and accommodate me.
Yeah,
I think to have that attitude is maybe more common than not. So I wouldn't say you're an anomaly.
To have the attitude of trusting in institutions or not trusting?
Yes. Yes.
That is.
I think when you're on YouTube with a bunch of like
trust the road.
What's the word I'm looking for? Curmudgeons like us, then it might seem like you're surrounded with people who distrust the government, right? But I think numbers game, most people probably trust in their institutions.
You know, here's my thing. I expect the government to lie about certain things. I expect that. I expect them to lie more competently than they
actually.
Why would you?
Well,
why would you expect?
I know that the government is made up of ordinary, everyday people, and I know what to expect from ordinary, everyday people. And I'm amazed that the government functions as well as it does, considering what makes up the government.
What's one little example of how the government does well, like an easy one for you, like low-hanging fruit?
I think during COVID, the COVID money, I think they did well. The EBT system, social safety net, they do well. And I'm in a state that has expanded Medicaid, and I am so impressed with how they rolled out that Medicaid. And after seeing like expanded Medicaid, I am all for universal health care now, after living in a state that has done it as well as they have here.
The government absolutely can do things competently and well. And the thing is, they don't have to be like, it doesn't have to be these like nefarious individuals in charge of things that have to make these institutions do things incorrectly. Sometimes people just fuck up, and that's okay. That's fine. I guess I am railing against people in the government fucking up, mostly because I think that it does garner this. It furthers this distrust, even if it's not it's not legitimate.
But I think the trust comes from expectations that are like disappointed or defeated or thwarted somehow, and I'm questioning how realistic the expectations are in the first place. Like, I don't expect a castle of gold from my government. I expect very specific things that are within its capacity to deliver, and so far it's been able to more or less pull it off.
Accountability, honesty, fairness, are any of these things in that list?
I think
all reasonable to expect. I've experienced.
I also think our government.
Government.
Yeah, I do actually agree. I think the government can do those things, and often does do those things. I think there's instances where they fail at that, and that's what people point to most often.
And I think there's instances where corporations fail at it. I think there's instances where individuals fail at it, where communities, groups fail at it. I think that's just one of the
bugs. But I'm not allowed to tax you, put you in a cage, make you grab a gun. Like I can't force you to do shit.
But we gave the government or the state that power as a society long time ago, as when we set up our current system of how we're going to govern ourselves. I know,
and it doesn't deliver those things fairly too.
You get to decide to stay in it and participate, or take yourself out of it, and either
when I asked, no, I can't take myself out of it. I can. That's not a choice. I'm coerced. I'm coerced to be in the system. I was surprised, like when I asked you for examples, I genuinely thought I was about to learn something. I was going to get your perspective, and I couldn't anticipate what you were going to say. But then I was genuinely surprised by your answers, because the examples you gave seemed to be instances of objective failure on the government. Not just abjective or subjective, but objective. Like they literally give more money to protect people in Ukraine than they spend on food stamps, for example, like you gave. And the healthcare, like Medicare, is awful. Like the healthcare system in America is great if you're rich, but if you're on Medicare, it's objectively and measurably has worse outcomes. So I see those as like two good examples of the government doing like a really shitty fuck all middle finger to the people job.
So how would you know? I'm talking about the Medicaid in my state that I've seen with my own eyes. How would you know the quality of that care without knowing anything about it?
I mean, I can read.
You can read what?
And what state are you in? California?
Experience of Medicaid here in the state.
Not your experience. I could just read that objectively the state does not put the same effort, resources, time, money, or any kind of
I mean, do you want some like links to articles about the Washington State healthcare system? Like, would that be suffice? Like the point is that, okay, so first off, you're railing against the health.
Examples of things the government does well.
Also, you railed against healthcare in this country, and
I wouldn't say food stamps and healthcare in America are two examples of the government doing a good job. It's measurably shitty. Even when you compare it to other governments that don't have as much resources as we do.
Yeah, they're not involved in our healthcare system is part of the problem, or not as involved as they need to be.
Well, I'm not saying government healthcare is bad per se. I'm just saying right now they're taking way more money than they're paying back, and they're doing a shit job at it. So to get those examples was surprising to me.
I don't think they're doing a shit job up here. I think they're doing a very impressive job.
Are you on Medicare?
I live in Washington State. They have expanded Medicaid.
Yeah.
And so I got to see it from the beginning. I got to see it. In fact, the industry I worked in, the mental health industry I worked in, most, I'd say, of the clients were in the Medicaid system.
Yeah.
That's how we got paid, was through this expanded Medicaid. So I got to see the system as a citizen, and I got to see it kind of, what is it, bird's eye view, close-up view?
Yeah, close up.
Do you have a lot of health issues?
Do I have a lot of health issues?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
but I've seen it with friends too. Like I said, the clients.
Yeah.
I think that, so the perspective for me and a lot of the other people that I know who live all around the country and all around the world who have a lot of medical problems, they're not satisfied. I don't know of anyone who is. And then I know people in other countries who are also not satisfied, but when they hear about what it's like here, they think it's a horror story. And I agree. And I think there's objective ways to measure that it's not just a feeling or distrust. And then like the example, say like Hillary Clinton or the FBI, those institutions were created to be corrupt. They didn't just fuck up or mess up. The FBI was founded by a person whose philosophy was based on,
that's that villain narrative again. Is there's these evil people that are creating,
but it's history. It's history though.
No,
and telling people otherwise is kind of a form of gaslighting.
It
Frank,
is true.
I agree. You want to go watch Mr. Robot?
Yeah. It is true that the
like
FBI
Edgar Hoover was a real criminal, corrupt, lying scumbag, and he created the FBI around his principles, and it's been an internal spy organization since its foundation.
I don't disagree about your moral condemnation of J. Edgar Hoover, but that the FBI as an institution, as an organization, is much more than First off, J. Edgar Hoover's really fucking dead. Like, he's very dead.
I mean, the organization was founded on the principles that he upheld. Spying, lying, manipulating, infiltration, subversion.
I'm really
okay. Thank you.
I think this FBI conversation could be another 2 hours.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
My bad.
Y'all have fun watching Mr. Robot.
I have a good one, guys. Hey, thanks for having me up, Jeff. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thanks for stopping by. Like I said, we're here every day. Come back tomorrow. You can.
Yeah.
Make sure everybody shows up on Thursday.
Oh yeah.
Thursday.
Yeah, and Thursday we have our very special guest.
Very special guest. I'm excited.
We will be announcing tomorrow.
Hell yeah! All right,
Chris. Did they ever get a thumbnail?
Yeah.
I have not gotten one back yet. I'll check my email in just a second though.
Because we'll make a thumbnail photo too, and everybody will be able to see.
Okay.
iPhi is going to give us our recap. All right.
All right.
What a stream. Live and learn. We unearth more and more layers each day.
Yeah. I suppose it is. I mean, I definitely accomplished a lot today because I got a CAT scan while
right. You did all that while going to a doctor's appointment and getting a CAT scan.
Yeah. So yeah, so I was extra productive during my stream today. So yep. All right. Well, I'll see you guys on Discord. See you guys later. Bye.
Take care. Okay, that was our wild ride of a show today. Come back tomorrow for probably another one. The way they've been going lately, and catch our special guest Thursday. You'll find out who tomorrow. And you're right. I might be overhyping it. It suddenly doesn't seem as exciting as it did before. So we'll see. All will be revealed tomorrow. Take care.